Hi and welcome to this video. In this one, we're going to build a full stack app with Next.js and MongoDB. Very quickly before the start of the video, if you want to stay updated with the modern web development courses and content releases, please subscribe to my newsletter. The link is in the video description. Happy coding and learning. So what is this app? This app is called Story Voter. We have a bunch of stories and we have all of the data stored on a MongoDB server. We are going to use MongoDB Atlas for this, and I'm going to show you how to set that up. And the tech stack for this one is going to be Next.js frontend and backend. And for styling, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. And of course, we're going to write Next.js in TypeScript. And for data persistence, we're going to use MongoDB Atlas. So this is a very simple program. This is a very simple application, but it is designed to show you how to get started with Next.js as a total beginner. So I have to give you a disclaimer that this video is going to go extremely slowly. And if you find that very slow, you can always speed up the video using the video settings on YouTube. But if you want to go as slow as possible in order to achieve and to obtain as much as possible, then let's just get started. So this app is going to have 4 different pages. And for the routing of this app, for the front-end routing, we're going to use the latest routing for Next, which is the app router. And I'm going to teach you all of these fundamentals throughout this video. So first, let's take a look at our app. The app is going to have the first page, which is the home page. This doesn't have any content and it is unstyled. This is for you. I want you to, after this video has ended, after you've watched the entire video, I want you to attempt this and just turn it into anything you want it to be. So this is just an assignment. You can think of it as an exercise or as an assignment for you. I've just applied a little bit of styles like title and a couple of images, but this is just for you. You can just write whatever you want here. That's the home route. Then we have the next route, which is the stories route. And in the stories, there are 15 stories. And the idea behind these stories are that you can vote them. That's it. You can take a look at every individual story. So for that, you could just click on any of the stories and it is going to redirect you to the specific page for that story. So this is the third page. And then you can click on this vote story. And as soon as you click on it, you're going to see the styles for the button change as well. It's basically the state of the button is going to change. It's going to say unvote story. And we're not going to unvote it. So unvote story basically means that this story has been voted. Let's vote a couple of stories. So I'm going to vote that one. I'm going to vote this one. And I'm going to vote this one. So we have voted a few stories. And the final page of the app is voted stories. If you go there, you're going to see we can basically see all of our voted stories. And from here, we are also able to unvote any of these stories. And as soon as I unvote any of them, they're going to be removed from this voted stories. And let's take a look at our data. So for this one, I'm going to zoom in. We will have a cluster. And inside of that, there's going to be one database with 2 different collections. And I'm going to talk about all of them throughout this video once we get to the MongoDB part. So the first collection talks about our data. Of course, when we get started with our application, there is not going to be any MongoDB, any backend persistence. We're going to use an in-memory database. And after we have configured the backend, we're going to talk about MongoDB as well. So here are our stories. There is 15. You can always add as many as you want. And then we also have our voted stories. But the thing with the voted stories is that we will have 6 different users because I don't want to implement user authentication in this video. That's going to go way too complicated. I just want to talk about the fundamentals of Next.js. I will definitely upload videos on authentication as well. But for now, we're going to basically change a string and that is going to determine which user has logged in. Initially, as you can see, the application, we have just logged in user 111, so 111. That's our user, which has been logged in. And I'm going to take a look at these stories. So this story, if you take a look at the tab, it has right there. So it has an ID of 10. And let's go to the next tab. This story has an ID of 6. So if I come to my database, since user 111 is logged in, if I take a look at that, there we go. So we have, let me zoom this a bit more. We have story 10 and we have story 6. We do have other users and I'm going to show you how to log them in as well. But for our test cases, we're just going to talk about user ID, which is 111. All right, so these are the two collections. That's our backend, and that's basically everything I wanted to show you about this app. And it is time for us to actually get started with our Next.js project. So I have actually opened up this empty folder inside of VS Code. There is nothing inside of that there. Let's open up our terminal. And inside of the terminal, if we want to create a Next.js project from absolute scratch, there is a command that is npx create -next-app. Now, since we are not actually concerned about the version of Next.js as long as it is the latest one, because for our simple app, it doesn't really matter if we follow a specific version. So we can just say at latest. And I've already created the story voter app. Let's go ahead and let's actually create something else. So I can say story voter. I could say next-story. Next story. Yep. Let's hit enter. So it's going to ask a series of questions. Do we want to have TypeScript? I'm going to say yes. For ESLint, no. For Tailwind CSS, I'm going to say yes. Do we want to have the source directory? No. So for newer projects of Next.js, it is an absolute recommendation to have the app router. Do we want Turbo Pack for Next.dev? Yes. Do we want to customize the import alias? No, this is a simple project. We don't want to go overboard with it. So this is going to create a directory for us. And inside of that directory, it's going to install, as you can see, the dependencies are React, React DOM, and Next.js. And the dev dependencies are TypeScript and all of the types that are necessary for this project. And the Tailwind CSS is actually being installed using Post CSS. If you go to the Tailwind CSS website, you're going to see that as well. So here we go. Now we have successfully created, there we go, created next story at this address. So what we want to do next is we want to be able to go inside of our project. So we're going to do cd next story. Let's hit enter. So now we are inside of the project. We can do an ls just to confirm. And inside of the project, we're going to say npm run dev. Let's hit enter. Let's wait for it for a few seconds. There we go. So we already have our project, the completed one, on port 3000. So it just gave you a heads up that it's going to take the port 3001. I'm going to hold Control and click on this localhost, or you can just copy and paste it. Just click on it and it is going to open up your very first, if this is your very first Next.js app, live on port 3001. So here is our Next.js app. This is just some boilerplate code, as you can see here. And the first thing that I'm going to do is just go ahead and minimize this. So we are going to keep the server running, but we're going to put it in the background. Very good. So what do I want to do? That is going to be the first thing. So the first thing that I want to do is to talk about routing in Next.js. So in Next.js, we have something that's called a folder-based routing. And if you have watched any of the videos that I talked about TanStack router, it's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing. So in the Next.js, what we have is we have the first route, which is the home route. Now, when it comes to routes, there are some things that you need to understand before I jump in there. the first thing that you need to know is before even starting this project, you need to have some React knowledge. And when you have some React knowledge, you're going to have some routing knowledge. What routing is, perhaps you know TanStack router or React router. If you're not familiar with these, I have videos, several videos talking about routing on both of them. And you can just go to that specific playlist, which is React from Confusion to Clarity. So now, routing in Next.js has the same idea as routing in React. It's the same thing. It's when a user goes to a specific URL, what should the user see? So the home route for Next.js apps is denoted by /. So if you add this / or if you don't add it, it doesn't really matter. But still, that's the home route. But then if I click on the stories, you're going to see that it is that home route / and then appended to it is stories, this word stories. So where is that coming from? Now, I'm going to come back to that. If I click on voted stories, we can see it says voted stories. So let's click on an individual story. And the individual stories, for any individual story, we have / stories, and then we have / the ID of that specific story. So this is what routing is. User goes to a specific URL and user sees something. So whenever you create routes, you create first the URL that the user can go to. So this is one URL user can go to, that's / stories. So after you created that URL, you create what the user should see. And that comes from a component. You know that from React because components, they export JSX. JSX is going to be rendered as pure HTML, and it is going to be shown in the browser because browsers can only show HTML. They cannot do anything else. They cannot show all of this Next.js cannot be shown. It is going to be a pure static HTML that is going to go to the browser. And I'm going to talk about that more throughout this video. So what does all of this mean? This means that our home directory, which is denoted by a / is actually the name of that is app inside of our Next.js app. So this thing is a must. So you need to keep in mind there are some things in Next.js. Next.js is something that's called sort of an opinionated framework, and that's basically So that's what how can I put this? I'm not going to cut this out of the video. I need to get it right. So that basically means that there are some obligations, there are some requirements, and then there are some conventions. But I want to talk about both of them. So the requirement is this app. This is a requirement. This folder app is a requirement. As you saw, I didn't do anything. This is something Next.js created for me. And this is the only exception when it comes to routes because it says app, but if I go to this, it's a /. So that's a requirement. That's one thing you need to keep in mind about routes. The second thing is if you want to create a route, there is another must, and that is page.either TSX or JS. For now, for our more modern project, it's going to be page.tsx. So this name, page dot an extension, this is a must. You have to write this. And this is what I mean by having some mandatory or some obligations, right? And then for dynamic routes, there are going to be some other requirements as well, which I'm going to get to when we get actually there. So for now, what you need to take away is we have this app directory right here, right? And this is a folder. And I said Next.js is a folder-based routing. So the route that this app is going to specify is a / like this. And then it's going to be this page.tsx is responsible for showing the HTML when user goes to that page. Very simple. All right. So we have this. All of this is available inside of this page.tsx. So for now, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to keep it there. Now, we want to create another route. Why? Because if I click here, we have a route that's called stories right here. /stories. Now keep in mind, it says /stories. So the route is inside or it's appended to /. That means if we want to create this route, we should be within our app. So within the app, I'm going to right click, I'm going to create a new folder. And what was the name of the route? It was stories, right? You might say, okay, it is /stories. No, / is the app route. That's the home route. That's the main route. But the name of this is just stories. So as soon as I do stories, that's the first requirement, that you need to create a folder, the name of which is going to define your route. That's requirement number 1. Requirement number 2 is to create a file that is going to be named page. It could be .ts, .js, whatever. But since it is going to export a component, it should be .tsx. And now that I've created this, let's go ahead and let's actually export a very simple thing. Now, whenever you have this page.tsx file, this must be the default export, because this is how Next.js knows to display this page when user goes to the URL for this page, to the stories URL. This has to be the default export. So I'm going to say export default function, and then the name of the function. This is going to be stories page. Now keep in mind, capital S, capital P, because this is a component. This is going to return JSX, right? So for this one, I'm going to go very simple. I'm going to say stories page. And then after a few minutes, we're going to talk about how we are going to write the component and how we're going to go about that. But for now, we just want to see a text so we can test it inside of the browser. So I have created a folder. That's requirement number 1. The name of the folder. So this is very important. So this stories, this is our route. It's very simple in Next.js. And this page.tsx defines what the user sees when user goes to this route. So in effect, if user goes to the route /stories, user is going to see this text, stories page. Let's test this. So I'm going to say /stories, hit enter, and there we go. We got stories page. Very cool, right? I'm going to zoom this in to 125. And this was our very first route. So if you want to create as many routes as we need, this is how we are going to go about it. But it is going to be a little bit different if we want to create a dynamic route. And once we get to it, I'm going to explain why we need a dynamic route in the first place. So this is our stories page. Let's go ahead and let's create the next route, which is this /voted stories. So the name right here is extremely important because that's going to be the name of our directory. So I'm going to keep this stories right here. I'm going to click on this app, right click, and I'm going to say new folder. Why? Because it is /voted stories. So voted stories route and the stories route, they're going to be sibling routes. They're going to be on the same level, but they're going to be both direct children or direct child routes of the home page, right? So here we have voted stories. Now keep in mind, the name of the folder is going to be your URL to which user is going to be redirected to. And once user goes to that URL, user is going to see some content. The content is going to come from page.tsx. What do we want to do? We want to make sure, since this is a route, it is a default export. And we're going to say voted stories page. And I could just return the same string as well. So voted stories page. Save this. So now if I remove stories and if I go to voted stories, hit enter, there we go. We can see our voted stories. And now let's go ahead and let's move back to our stories page. And I'm going to get started with creating this component. So I think I can zoom this out a little bit, or you know what, I'm just going to keep it zoomed in. So we have three page.tsx's. We have the one that is for the app directory. I'm going to close that. As you can see here, we have the one that is for stories directory, which I'm going to keep. And the voted stories, I'm just going to delete it for now. We're not going to need it. We are going to come back to it. So inside of our stories page, what is it that we want to show? So if user goes to /stories, what does the user see? Let me zoom this out a little bit. So user sees all of the stories. So this is the page where we need to render all of our stories, right? And the first thing that I'm going to do inside of the app, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it stories.ts. And from my notes, I'm going to just copy all of the stories and put it right here. So we have 15 different stories. All of them have images. So all of them have specific IDs. They have, so what is the structure of this data? It's very important for you to understand that. So we have a type that is called story, and then we have an array of that type. What is that type? So story type is right here. It's an interface. It has ID, one member. It has the image URL. It has the name as well as the description. So it is an object containing 4 different properties. So we have the ID, we have the name, we have the image URL, and then we have the description, right? And all of our content is, let me just show it to you like this. So all of our content, they are objects within an array right here. You can see, as we have specified here, this is an array. So we have an array of objects, and each object is actually one story, and that's it. That's how simple this is. So we have all of this, and you have understood this. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to close this up. So what we want to do here is we want to be able to show this content inside of our web page. So for that, what we need to do is we need to import our stories first. So this is Next.js. The name is Next.js. If you're working with especially the front-end part of your application, it is, you could say, virtually indistinguishable from pure React. So it's a framework of React. So all the things that we do in React, they work here. There are going to be some ups and downs here and there where I'm going to explain that, because Next.js also does backend stuff, like it is supposed to be a replacement for Node.js as well, and we're going to get to that. So for now, when we are working with our stories, we're working with devoted stories, we are basically in our front-end part of the app. Once we get to the backend, I'm going to tell you, okay, this is the backend. So if you have no prior knowledge of Next.js, you need to know this, that Next.js writes the front end, and as weird as it might sound, it also writes the backend, right? But it is a React framework. So that's why it's called a full stack React framework, because it does the front end and the back end. And it also implements database queries as well. All right. And that's going to be very interesting when we get there. So for now, here, what do we want to do? We want to import our stories. So I want to import stories, and that's going to be from stories directory. And then let's go ahead and let's actually show all of our stories here. So inside of this component, what I want to do is I could go 2 ways. So I have this page.tsx, which is responsible for showing all of the content that is going to be rendered to the /stories directory or route or URL. And all of the stories, they could be a separate component. I could iterate over my stories, and then based on that iteration, I could show stories individually. So I need to have a component in order to do that. So what I could do is I could define that within this page, or I could just keep this for now as it is. I am going to cut this line, this import line, and I'm going to go to my stories directory. Now keep in mind, page.tsx is responsible for showing what content is going to be shown or displayed once user goes to that URL. But here I'm going to create a component that is going to be called stories list.tsx. And I'm going to put the import right here. So we're going to say export default function. This is just a simple React component. All right. The name of this is stories list. And we just imported all of our stories. So let's go ahead and let's show that. So I'm going to say return. For semantic purposes, I'm going to use a section element. And within the section element, we're going to select our stories. So we want to do something JavaScripty or programmatic. So that's why we need to open up curly braces. So we have our stories, and we know stories is an array. So as soon as I do dot, I'm going to see all of the array methods. I'm going to do map. And in each map, every time basically that I map over the stories, I am going to select one individual story. That's why I call it story. I don't do anything else, right? Because in each iteration, this map is basically like a loop that does one specific logic for every individual array item. The logic is going to be the same, but the array items are going to be different in each iteration. So what do we want to do here? Well, the section element is going to be the general container for all of the stories, but the container for every individual story is going to be our good old div. Now, since we are repeating this div should have unique keys. That comes from React. As I said, this is a component. Even though we are in Next.js, this is going to be exactly the way we do it in React. So what is going to be the key? The key should be something unique. On every story, we have this ID. So that's going to be our key. Let's go forward. So what do we want to show? We want to show the image. So since this is the stories page, the first thing that we want to show is going to be the image. After that, we want to show the title, and then we want to show this button. So we just want to show 3 individual things. Now, we could use the image tag of HTML here, but Next.js actually has an image component. And the difference between this image element of HTML and the image component from Next.js is that Next.js is going to optimize that for us in order to load it faster, right? So what we are going to do is we're going to use the component from Next.js. And if I just come right here, you can see it says image, and we're going to import it from next/image. And there we go. We just imported that. And this is going to be a self-closing tag for us. Now, this requires a few things. The first thing that it requires is going to be a source, right? After that, it is going to require an alt. Alt I could just provide right now. I could say story-image or image. That's going to be our alt. It needs, I could go on separate lines. It also needs a specific height. I could set it as 150 for now. And it is going to need a specific width as well. I'm going to set that as 150 as well. So what is this source? How can we fix the source? So within the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it imgs images. And if you just hold on for a quick second, I'm going to grab all of the images that we have. Just grab all of them. And here is our directory. I am going to put it inside of this imgs, and there we go. I just did that. So now if I go to the imgs, we have all of these images for our different stories, right? And we have the logos for MongoDB and Next as well. So let me just collapse that. Very good. So we want to show that directory here. We want to be able to select images from that directory. And in order to do that, we are going to open up curly braces and we're going to say, okay, the image for every story is actually available on story.image URL. that's where this is going to be available. And this is just a typo. There we go. And let's save everything. Everything is rearranged or reordered. Now, after the image, as I said, we have the title. So that's going to be an H2. And how do we select the title? We say story.name. Now, we have this button, which is going to vote or unvote a specific story. But that's something that we're going to implement way later inside of our video. So for now, we're going to just show the images and we're going to show the title for those images. So now that we have created this component, we need to make sure it is attached to a parent component. And the parent component is going to be this stories page for us. So for for this page.tsx, I am going to return, I could return a fragment, or since this is responsible for our entire page, I'm going to return a main element. That makes more sense. There is going to be an H1 that's going to say stories. And then let's call in our stories list component. And yep, there we go. And now that I'm thinking about it, there is something that I actually want to implement here. And that is, since this is the parent component for the stories list, and you might end up creating different components. I want to make sure that this, where we import our stories, that's more of a generalized way, so we don't have to import this over and over. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to put that stories inside of the parent component. And I'm going to send the stories to the child component. So if in case there is any other component, I don't have to do this again, just stories. There we go. So we just imported that. Now the child component should be able to accept this. So here we're going to say that we basically destructure that in place, and we need to type annotate this as well. So the type of this comes from story, but this is going to be an array of stories. There we go. So now let's go to our web page. Oh, we have our very first error. And this error is very deliberate because I wanted to show you that you're going to see this one. So it says failed to construct URL, invalid URL. What does that mean? It means that it wasn't able to actually find where these images are located. So how can we actually fix this? Well, this is very important for you to put all the images inside of this public folder. So if I were to open up our folder and just show it to you right here. So we have this next, we have within the app all of our images. So I'm going to grab and cut all of the images, come to the public folder, select everything, delete all of that, and put all of the images here. And now let's minimize this. Let's go here. So you can see we have all of the images within our public folder, right? That's very important. And now this images folder is empty, so I could just go ahead and delete this. Now, we need to go to our component, and the only thing that we need to add to the source is going to be a /. And the / basically means that it is a relative image path. And there we go. Let's save this. Let's go to the page, and we see everything here. So we see our stories, and we have all of the stories here. So it's very, very, very interesting, right? So we have this page.tsx, which feeds our /stories URL, and this contains a child component. The job of this child component is to iterate over all of our stories using one component, one section element, or one div, and then display them. So if this was pure HTML, you would have need to repeat your div 15 different times because we have 15 stories. And if you had 10,000 stories, you would have had 10,000 different divs for HTML. But since we do this programmatically in React, we just have one div that iterates over as many stories as there are. And now it is time to actually try to customize our stories with route parameters. So what it is that we actually want to do. So if I click on any of these stories, I need to be redirected to a page that is specific to that story. But there is something common among these pages, and that is we have our navigation, we have the title. So what I mean is the placement of the content, the layout. That's common against all of the, among all of these. So what we need to do is we need to come up with some sort of a component that is going to be able to act dynamically depending on which story it is that we want to visit. So if I go to this story, the title should be related to this specific image as well as this text for the image or the description for the image. So the layout is going to stay the same, but the content or the data is going to change. So this is something that's called dynamic routes, and we're going to just get started with creating these. So I'm going to keep this stories open here. So if I go to our completed app once more, and if we take a look at the URL bar, we can see that here we have this one, but this one, before it there is a /, and before it there is the stories. So whatever story details that we want to show for one individual story, it is going to be a child route of the stories route. All right. So when it is a child route, much like the way we did for the /, where this stories right here, this was a child of this app. That's why we put it inside of the app. And since that / number, which is the ID of any specific story, that's a child of the stories, we need to put it right here. But the syntax for it is another must or another obligation or requirement when it comes to the app router in Next.js. And what do I mean by it being a must or an obligation? So I'm going to right click, I'm going to create a folder. Now, by now you know the name of the folder is your URL or your route that the user is going to go to, but what the page.tsx renders inside of that directory, that's going to be the content that the user sees on the web page. So since this is a dynamic one, there is actually a requirement that we need to open up square brackets, and then, well, I want the ID to be dynamic, so I'm just going to pass an ID. That's it. So it might look a little bit off, like what is this? But this is how you show dynamic routes inside of Next.js. All right, and I'm sure you understood the idea of it. The reason that we use square brackets is to denote that this is a dynamic route. Why a dynamic route and what is a dynamic route? Why a dynamic route? Because we have 15 different stories. And why a dynamic route is, that was the why. So what is a dynamic route? A dynamic route is the kind of route that changes data depending on any individual story. So if I'm talking about this overachieving mushroom, I should see the content for this one, even though the structure of the page is the same. And the structure of the URL is also the same. So we have /stories / a specific number, right? So this is a dynamic one. Depending on where you go, you're going to see the details for that specific story. For example, for this, the melodic black hole. So if I go there we go. We can see the same image, content, as well as the title. See? So that's why it's dynamic. It has to be as flexible as many stories we have. So far, we're going to end up with 15 dynamic routes because we have 15 stories, but that doesn't mean you cannot add more. You could add an infinite number of routes. So since this is a route, what should this have? What must this have? This must have a page.tsx, and that's it. That's the general things, or basically the fundamentals of routing in Next.js. And if you understood this, then you're basically good to go. So here we have this one, but before, you know what, let's just write something here, export default function. And then this is going to be story details page. A little bit long, but nonetheless, it conveys the point. So I'm going to say story details page. Let's save this. So now that's it. You don't have to do anything else. So let's go to our working app. So I'm going to go to /1 and it is going to load that story details page. Where is the details for the story? Well, the thing that we exported from this component, nonetheless, this is a component. The name of this doesn't really show if you come from when you come from React that this is a component, but this actually is a component because it returns content. That's why it's a component. All right. So the only content that it returns is this story details page. Now we need to go ahead and we need to replace this with this story, story details page with the actual data for any individual story. But before doing that, we need to be able to actually click. So if I go back, you can see these are not clickable. So I should be able to click on any of these stories, and then I should be able to be redirected to that page, right? So let's go ahead and let's do that. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to use the link component of Next.js. We could use the anchor element, but then again, it's not going to be optimized. It's going to refresh the page. It's going to be very costly for us. But the link component in Next.js, it acts in the same way as the link component in Router, React Router, as well as StanStack Router. It's the same thing. So what is it that we want to wrap with it? Now, we do not want to wrap our map method because that's the logic that's going to iterate over our input arrays, over our stories, and it's going to generate divs for us. What we are going to do is we are going to surround our divs with this link component. All right. So I am going to cut this. I'm going to grab our link component. It's going to be imported from next/link. And there we go. This is going to be a complete component. What I mean is it's going to have like an opening tag and a closing tag. Let's put our content in there. But then this one is going to require an href. Where do we want the user to go to once user clicks on this, clicks on any of our stories? Well, let's think about this. Where do we want the user? Where do we want user to go to? Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to distinguish between or among stories. What is the absolute unique thing about any of the stories? It's the ID of the story. That's what we used to denote the key for the div as well. So I know that story.id is unique for every individual story. We could take a look at that. So we have ID 1 all the way to ID 15. So ID is going to be the unique thing. Cool. I'm going to pass in here story.id. Now, this should be added to some sort of a URL because we have nested this inside some kind of a folder. What is the folder name that we nested that in? Now, in this scenario, we don't actually talk about this ID. This is the dynamic part, and we already added that here. So this ID, square brackets, inside of which there is ID, we already added that. So we basically handled this part. This is handled story.id. But then in which folder is this located? What is the name of that folder? Because the name of the folder represents the URL, the parent URL. What is the name of the folder? The name of the folder is stories. So we are going to say stories /, since there is a /, I need to put it inside quotes. So it's going to be stories okay, I put it in the wrong place. Let me just cut it from there. Sorry for that. I need to go to href. Let's put it there. So I have stories / some sort of an ID. All right. So depending on the story, ID1, ID2, ID3, whatever. But there is something before the stories as well, right? There is that /. And let's save that. Let's get rid of this empty space. And we can go to our browser to actually take a look at this. So if I come right here, now you can see I have this hand icon. I didn't have this before. This means that these are actually clickable, but there is no distinguishing factor. So between or among these stories. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to click on this image. And what does it load? It loads the story details page that we are yet to actually create the JSX for. But take a look at the ID. The ID is 1. Why? Because we clicked on the first story. So for ant, the ID is 3. For this volcano, the ID is 8. So we are correctly basically tracing the URL to that specific story. So the URL says story number 8, and we clicked on story number 8. So that tracking, it works perfectly fine. The only thing remaining for us is actually try to populate this page with the story content. So this part is done. For now, I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to get rid of that as well. Let's close this page. So I have this page.tsx, which is located within this dynamic ID. This is our component that we are going to return. And what is it that we want to show here? Let's first talk about that. So here, I am going to return a simple section element. Within the section element, that's going to be our wrapper. So if I take a look at our completed app, for example, this dramatic DNA strand, we have a title. We need to have a placeholder for our image, and then we need to have our text. So 3 different things, right? But then for layouting purposes, we might add some divs, but that's going to come in the future. So we have h1. h1 is going to define the title for any individual story. This is going to be the story name. First off, let's go ahead and let's import our stories. So I'm going to say import. And what is it that we want to import? Well, we want to basically import the stories. And you might have noticed something right about now. What is this @? We did import the stories inside of this page.tsx for the stories URL, but we didn't have this kind of a syntax. What is this? So let me just open that up because I want you to really understand what is happening. Here we have // So // basically means that I want to get out of the current directory that I'm in. So where am I when I'm inside of this page.tsx? I am within the stories. So I get out of the stories. That is going to put me inside of the app folder. And from the app folder, what I want to go is I want to select this. No, not the public, sorry. So I'm still within the app folder. And then from the app folder, I'm selecting stories.ts. But this syntax, the reason for this is because this is actually an alias for this following. One level out, that is going to put me within the stories directory, and another level out or up, that is going to put me within the app directory. And then I'm going to select the stories. Now, which syntax do you think is ugly? Which syntax do you think makes more sense? This @, this is basically a path alias that is usually set to the project root, which in this scenario is our app. So instead of doing this redundant code, we just do @app. That means I want to go to the main root of my project, which is app, and from there I select something. And this syntax, I didn't write it. It was just given to us by Next.js, and I just wanted to explain this. All right, so what this is basically a replacement for what I just deleted from there. So now that you know that, let's move forward. We have our stories. We need to iterate over our stories, because here inside of this JSX, we do not want to return every individual story. We don't want to return all of them. We just want to return one story. And which one of them is it? How do you decide which one? Well, we already know the ID of that specific story is inside our URL. This is right here. And what I'm about to do is exactly the way we go with React Router. That's the same thing that we do inside of Next. So if you have any prior knowledge of React Router, this routing is extremely simple for you. So I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it story for good reason, because this is going to be one story per one click. All right. So if I click on one image, that's going to show me one story. Now, I'm going to grab my stories array and I want to find any individual story. And story. And how do I find it? Well, I want to find any story who has an ID that is equal to the ID that I've received from the URL. And I'm going to write ID here. Now, this story.id, this right here, it comes from this stories array that we imported from this TypeScript file. This ID, again, comes from the stories array that we imported from the TypeScript. And the second ID comes from our URL, from the routing of this application. But we did not define it. So let's go ahead and let's define it. So we have an object that's called params. And the job of this is to contain all URL parameters. How many URL parameters do we have at this point? Well, we just have one, right? We just have one, and that is ID. So this is actually available on this. So we need to actually import it. We need to make sure that this function accepts it, not import it. And then we need to type annotate this as well. So we have this params, and the params just has one member. And what is that? It's an ID. What is the type of the ID? Even though it's a number, we're going to say string for good reason, because IDs are always going to be, it's not going to be 1, 2, 3. They're going to be a sequence of alphanumeric characters, which is denoted as a string. So I know that this ID, this params, it contains one property, and that is ID. So I'm just going to directly destructure it. And there we go. So this ID is the one that has come right here. So depending on which page you are, so if I go to this neurotic neutron, and if I go to the lighthouse, you can see these are two different stories, meaning they have two different IDs, 9 and 10. And I don't have to worry about the IDs because Next.js routing, that's going to give me the ID. So every time user clicks on any different image, the ID is going to be different. I don't have to worry about it. So here inside the H1, I'm going to select my story variable. And if I do a dot, since we're in TypeScript, that's the beauty of it. We get our name. And instead of having this question mark everywhere, we could just add an exclamation there, just to assert that this is not undefined, this is defined. And then I'm going to grab my figure element. I try to be as semantic as possible. Now we want to show an image, remember? So we need to select our image component from Next.js. And this image component, it requires a few things. The first thing that it requires is going to be a source. Where is the source? Well, we already know how to select it. We have this relative path plus story dot image URL. So it doesn't matter how nested you are. As soon as you do the /, it's going to go to the app and it's going to get out of the app and it's going to know to go to the public folder. That's why it's advised to put your images or assets inside of the public folder. So reading it is going to be easier. Now, this is going to be, alt is going to be story.name. You could add story.id or a different alt, but you need to make sure that this alternative text should not be static. So you should not write the sleeping volcano or the melodic black hole, because if user goes to the lighthouse, it is still going to show the sleeping volcano, right? It should be dynamic depending on the story. And then we are going to have a width 150, and then we're going to have a height. Later on, when we're done with this app, I'm going to show you how to actually style this image component. This is a little bit a little bit difficult to style in Next.js, especially if you're a beginner, because images are by default a little bit more difficult to style in pure CSS, and Tailwind CSS makes that a little bit easier. But then Next.js just takes that to a whole different level where you need to have this height and width in there. I'm going to show you how you can get rid of these fixed height and widths. For now, we just want to learn Next.js, and then I'm going to, at the end of this video, we're going to talk about the styles. All right, so this is our figure element, and after the figure element, we just want to create a paragraph that's going to show story.description. Let's save everything. So let's go to our web page. There we go. It's already loaded that for us. So we already clicked on this lonely lighthouse on Mars, and we clicked on this neurotic neutron, right? And you can see these are being loaded. And the way they're being traced back is this neurotic neuron has an ID of 9. So we could just do this one time. It has, there we go. So we have this neurotic neutron. It has an ID of 9. This ID of 9 has been selected by the Next.js router, all right? And then based on that router's number, this ID number, we load that specific story. So it doesn't matter on which of these I click, I will always be redirected to the story that I clicked on. It's never going to be something else. It's always going to be the correct story that I clicked on. See? So this is why it's called dynamic. So I click, I see the galaxy's worst navigator. I click, I see the quantum sock thief. I click, I see the overly ambitious ant. So it's different depending on where I click. That's why it's called dynamic, right? And that's why it had that weird syntax like this, because it's dynamic. All right, so we have all of this, and there is nothing more that I want to do here, so I'm going to close these. I feel like I need to implement this voted stories page as well, but implementing this is going to be a little bit tricky because we do not have our backend configured yet. So what we need to do is we need to, just for testing purposes and for our app to work, we need to hard code a couple of stories and just pretend that user has voted for those stories. And this component is also going to be an interesting one because this is going to signify another one of the differences between React and Next.js. So what is it that I want to do here? First, let me just bring back our text. Well, I want to basically show a couple of stories and pretend that the user has voted for them. Later on, we're going to get rid of those, and we're actually going to show, as you see in the final app, we're going to show the actual stories that the user has voted for. So in order to show a couple of stories, I need to import all of them. So I'm going to say stories. There we go. I imported the type. I want to import all of the stories. So I have all of the stories here, and I'm going to create a variable. This is going to be called voted stories, stories that user has voted for. So what are those stories? I have not actually created them yet. I've not actually selected them yet. Let's say they are stored within a variable that is called vote, and then we determine or distinguish between the stories when they're voted based on their ID. So I'm going to say vote IDs, and then I'm going to do a map on this, a mapping over this. But what is this? Let's first create it so it makes a little bit more sense. So we are going to have a use state here. The initial state for this one is going to define an array. The array is going to contain numbers. Those numbers are going to be IDs. So it's going to be 1 and it is going to be 2. Why use state, you might ask? Because whenever we vote a story, now, why use state? I should say this. What does use state do? Let me close this page. Use state basically tracks changes that are brought into our component based on some data, right? And then it updates our web page based on those changes. So it changes the UI, it changes the web page. Why do we want useState to change the web page? Well, let's go to our voted stories. How many stories do we have here? We have 2. All right. I click on this unvote story. What did happen? What did just happen? We changed the UI. UI had 2 cards, now it has 1 card. That's useState. That's why we need useState. So I click on this. Now we have no cards. And do we have useState here as well? Yes. Why? I click on this button. It changes its text. It changes its styles. That's useState. I click on this one. I click on this one. I click on this one, this one, this one. And then let's go here. And there we go. Now we have 6 different cards. So the UI is constantly changing. That is useState. That's why we need it. So initially, I'm going to say that user has voted for stories 1 and 2. You might be asking, why is this an array? Because user at any single time, at any specific time, could vote for 1 story or a collection of stories. And what is the collection that is going to hold 1 specific kind of data? That's an array. So if you have a couple different kinds of data, you use an object. But a collection that supports 1 item type, or like the item, or yeah, it is 1 item type. So it could accept numbers, but then numbers do not have properties. Like this string of 1, it doesn't have any properties. So in fact, this is just 1 item. And for that, we use an array. So that's why I said .map. Now, what does a useState return? You know what it returns. It returns a state variable, and it returns a setter function to calculate the next state for that state variable. So the state variable is going to be vote IDs. But at this point in time, where we do not have the functionality to vote and unvote, is it really necessary for me to write the setter function? No, I don't have to write it. So you can write a useState like this as well, where it only specifies that our state variable contains this initial value, but it lacks a setter function to calculate the next value for this variable. Therefore, this state variable is always going to contain this 1 and 2, this array. It's always going to contain that until we specify a setter function right after it. But for now, I don't want to do it because this is just going to show 1, like a warning, and I don't want to see it. And once we, of course, we are going to implement it, but once we implement the backend, because that comes from backend. So we have this map, and we are mapping over all of the stories that the user has voted for. So far, user voted for story 1 and story 2. So in each iteration, what do we get? We get a vote ID, an individual vote ID. Now, we need to filter our stories data, and we need to select which of these stories. We need to select the stories whose IDs is right here. So we need to select ID story with the ID of 1 and story with the ID of 2. Why do we do all of this? Because we want to create the JSX. And instead of hard coding the content, it's better to basically consume it from the source. So it's going to be, which stories do we want to find? Let's select our stories.find. Now keep in mind, we are nesting a find loop method inside of a map array method, not loop method. So we want to find a specific story. So story.id, whoops. So we want to find a specific story whose ID is equal to the vote ID. So this vote ID, since we are iterating over the vote IDs, in the first iteration, vote ID returns 1. And then we iterate over this stories. We find the first story has an ID of 1. is it goes like this. So vote ID in the first iteration is already a string of 1. String of 1. And in the first iteration for this find method, the first iteration has an ID of 1 as well. So are they the same? Yes. Then we store it inside of the voted stories. And then we go to the next iteration. Next iteration, it is 2. So let me pass in 2. And then once we go inside of our stories array, next iteration is 2 equal to 2. We store it here. And we go to the next iteration. Do we go? No, because we are going to break out of the loop because we just iterated over both of the array items using this map, and that's it. So we iterate for as long as we can find any specific vote ID. And then we store it here. And the good thing about TypeScript is that it shows you what the type of this is. So it is going to be an array of items. Each item could be a story that you saw, that a story has a description, a name, an ID, and an image URL. So any individual story object or undefined. But we don't want undefined, so I'm just going to suppress that. And now if I hover on it, well, we still see it, but it is assumed that there is no undefined anymore. Now, we have our stories within this voted stories array. Let's iterate over it and let's populate our page. So we have our section element, and then there is going to be an h1 that's going to say voted stories. How do we do this? Well, we select our voted stories, we say map, right? And in each iteration, we select one of the stories, voted story individual. And then what do we want to do? Well, we want to basically generate some HTML. Now, if I go to my voted stories page, let's go there. Let's click there. Oh, sorry, I am within my voted stories page. For some reason, I cannot see this big title. So if I hover on any of these stories, you can see the hand icon. And in the bottom left corner of the browser, you can see the URL to which I'm going to go to if I click on this image. So I need to have my link component inside of the voted stories as well, because once I click, I'm going to be redirected to somewhere, and that's the link component. We have already implemented this, so I do not need to go to too much detail. The link component is going to require an href, and what is that href going to be? Well, we know we have already created that. The href is going to be stories /stories again /, and then it's going to be depending on which story ID it is, right? So I'm going to say voted story dot ID. Okay, I have put this in the wrong place. I need to put it right here. And now if I hover on it, and there we go, very good. This is an array of story objects. I put it at the end of this, but I should have put it at the end of the stories array, because that's something that's going to be defined or undefined, right? So I just changed this exclamation mark. And now we no longer need this question mark here. So this is the href. Depending on which ID that the user clicks, user is going to be redirected to that specific page for that specific story. And once the user goes to that page, user is going to see the information for that page that we have already created inside of our dynamic URL. But let's come back to our voted stories. So this is a link. What do we have inside of voted stories? We have this title that says voted stories that I already added here, okay? And then we have like all of these cards. So for every card, we have first the image, then the title, and then this button. So let's do that. So we have this H3. This should be, we first should have our image. So we have figure element. Within the figure element, we want to show an image, right? So we are going to select our image component. This is going to have a source. We have already talked about the source. So where is the source going to come from? It's going to be a relative one, and it's going to be voted story.image description. We don't want to the image URL. We don't want to show all of the images, just the images relating to these voted stories. There is going to be an alternative text. The alternative text is going to be voted story.name. And let's close that. And we need to have a width 150, and we need to have a height, which is going to be 150 as well. So this is going to be our image. And now after that, beneath the image, we have the title for the voted story. So voted story dot name. Let's save everything. What else do we need here? I don't think we need anything else. So if I go there, what seems to be the, oh yes, this is the thing. I almost forgot to give you a heads up. So I already talked about this component being a little bit tricky. I talked about this being interesting because we're using use state. Now, there is a couple of things that you need to keep in mind, especially if you're getting started with Next.js. Next.js by default treats all components server components. So even though this returns JSX, Next.js says, okay, this is a component that I'm going to render on the server, and I'm going to serve static HTML to the web page. That's why Next.js is fast, because it already handles all of the calculation on the server, and the client or our browser, the client is basically the browser, Chrome in this scenario. Browser is just going to see static HTML that's going to be served very fast. All right. So when Next.js says everything, every component, page.tsx, stories list, page, page.tsx, anything, all of these they are backend components. They're server-side components. What is this use state doing inside a server component? We do not have use state on a server. We have it in the browser. Use state is used to update information on the web page, not on the server. We don't have this there. And that's exactly what this error is saying. Let's read it because this is very important. You're importing a component that needs use state, okay? This React hook only works in a client component. To fix this, mark the file or its parent with the use client directive. So you might have already used the use strict directive. Directives are some strings at the top of the file. They should be the first line of the file, all right? And they basically provide some criteria for that file. Now, we need to use client. Why? Because Next.js thinks, okay, this is a server-side component and use state has no business being in here. So, but since Next.js is full stack, it is front and back, it says, okay, if you are still insisting on using some sort of a hook, that hooks can only work on the front end, not on the back end. So if you want to use a hook, then that's client side, and then you need to tell me that this component is a client-side component. Otherwise, if you don't tell me, I just think that all components are server-side. How do I tell Next.js this is a client-side component? Well, I just have to copy-paste this string right here. Save that, and there we go. The error is gone. This is, now this voted stories page, there we go. Now this is the, let's go to the voted stories. Voted stories. We have only two things here, and this basically states that this is a client-side component. And now we have this issue. Let's click on it. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. It's that React thing that we need to add to this link. We need to add a key. The key is going to be voted story.id. Save this, let's come back, and there we go. We don't have any errors. And we have these two hard-coded stories here. Now, There is one question that you might have that I'm going to answer here, and then we're going to move on from this discussion. Why does Next.js think that or assume that all components are server-side? The reason for it is because when you render on the server, it's faster. So you hydrate your components if they have any sort of logic. Hydrating basically means you sprinkle functionality on your components using JavaScript, and then you send your HTML, your styles, and your JavaScript to the browser. So if you do this on the front end, it's going to take some time and your website is going to look slow. But if you do it on the back end, you just serve it to the client side. And then there are some other techniques like caching that we're going to talk about when we get to our backend part. But for now, what you need to take away is Next.js thinks all components are server-side components. Why? Because Next.js renders them on the server and sends static HTML to the browser. Why? Because that's faster. If you want to still use any client-side hooks or functionality, you need to mark or basically specify that that component is a client-side component, or aka a React component, pure React component, and then you can use your use state in there. That's why I said this is interesting, because we talked about this directive. So we are done in here. Next up, what I want to do is I want to show you how to implement the 404 page. So if you go to any URL that doesn't exist, like voted stories 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you're going to see this page right here. So this is something that Next.js gives you by default. If this is something that you want to take a look at, you want to just have it here, then that's okay. But I want to show you how to basically change this to a custom component. And to be able to come up with this 404 page, we need to create a file that has a very specific name. So on this app folder, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new file. Now this file is going to be within the app directory, and the name is very important. It is going to be named as not-found.tsx. And it is TSX because this is going to return a component, or basically this is a component for us. And in here, we are going to say export default function. The name of this is going to be not found page. And what is it that I want to do here? So I want to return a text signifying that this is a not found page. And I also want to add a link. So if user clicks on it, user is going to be redirected to the home page. So here, we're going to return, we could create a section element, and within the section element, let's add an h2 that'll say 404 page not found. And then if I want to redirect users, well, we are going to use the link component for that. I just imported that as well. The link is going to require an href, and since this href is going to be static, we could just add it as a string. Now, I want users to go to the home page. And how is homepage denoted as? It's denoted as a /. And as a text, I'm just going to say homepage. And we should be done in here. Now, since I'm in here and I'm not going to come back to this page, I'm going to apply the Tailwind CSS classes. I just don't want to open this up again. And we're going to move away from this 404 page. So if you just hold on for a second, I do have a playlist here on my YouTube channel in case you're interested in learning Tailwind CSS as quickly as possible. You can just go through that, but it's basically with every class, utility class that Tailwind CSS applies, we apply at least one CSS property. So PX, it is going to apply padding horizontally. PY is going to apply padding vertically. So it's like that. And now that this is completed, let's actually take it for a spin. So I'm going to go to a page, I'm going to go to a URL for which we do not have a component configured. So if I go to this, there we go. We have our 404 page not found. And if I click on this, this is going to take us back to this home page. Let's go to voted stories again. So this part has been completed. I'm going to close this, and I do not want to come back to this again. So the next step that I want to do is, instead of trying to write all of these URLs, let's go ahead and let's create the navigation for this website. And so we can move from one page to another page in a smoother manner. So in order to create the navigation, well, we are going to go to our app, and I'm going to create a new file. Let's just close this one first. So here, you could name this whatever you want. I'm just going to name it navbar.tsx, and this is going to be a component. Export default function. This is going to be navbar. And what is it that I want to do here? Basically, I am going to create a simple navigation in HTML. So it is going to be our nav semantic HTML element. Within the nav, I'm going to create a UL. UL is going to house all of our navigation icons. All of them are going to be within LIs. But now, within LIs, instead of using anchor elements, HTML anchor elements, we're going to use the link component that Next.js gives us, right? There we go. So we have this first one. Now these link components, all of them require this href to specify where the user is going to be redirected once the user clicked on this link. So the first one is going to be the home page. And for that, the text is going to be home. Let's copy this down below. For the second one, we want users to go to the stories page, right? And for that, we're going to write stories. Let's copy this down below. And finally, we have the voted stories. Now, these names are very important in the hrefs. These routes are very important. They should be the same thing as the folder name. So this voted stories, this route should be the same thing as this folder name. This stories / stories should be the same thing. It must be the same thing as this one. And we have this / which is going to be our home route. And now we can take this for a spin. Let's save this, but not really, because we have not actually added this anywhere. This is just so far, this is just a standalone component. So what I'm going to do is, you can see this file that we have not actually touched. There is just a ton of information here, and it was created once we configured this Next.js app. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at this. So we have our metadata. Now, the way this works is, if you take a look at from top to bottom, you do not have your typical index.html file, because that is represented right here. So if I come down here, what does this return? It returns our HTML document, right? So this is, you can think of this layout.tsx as your index.html, but it is a component, all right? So here we have all of our information. Instead, we have our metadata that is always located in the head part of our HTML. We have fonts. We have our globals.css, where we have all of our styles. And then we have, these are our fonts. Here is what's very important. This is the name of the app that is going to appear in the tab. So I could change this to Story Voter App. Let's save this. And if I come right here, you can see our completed one is Story Voter. This one is Story Voter App. So this is how these are going to change for us. I do not need these fonts. I'm going to get rid of these, and I'm going to get rid of this import as well. I'm going to keep this metadata. This is very important. Every page should have some sort of a description as well as a title. You could change this description. I just don't care about it. I'm just going to leave it as it is. Let's get rid of this style on the body element as well. Now, this part is very, very important. So what is this? This is a React component that is called root element. And this root element, it accepts a prop that is called children. The reason that it accepts that is because this expects children to be passed to it as well. So any component that is going to accept children or receive children, it should accept it in the function definition as well. All right. And here we have the type annotation for the children, React Note. Now, what does this component return? Component returns this HTML document. We have the language and then we have the body. We don't have any head part because that is determined right here. Cool. So now that you know this, we have the body where all of the content is going to be shown. Now, where do you think we should put our nav bar so it is going to be shown on every page the user goes to? So we are on this page. If I go to home, I still see my navigation, stories. I see my navigation, voted stories. I see my navigation. And if I go to any individual story, I still see my navigation. That means it is right on top of this children. Now, this children is going to be substituted by any content depending on which page we are. But it doesn't matter on which page we are always going to see our nav bar. And let's save this. Now, if I go to our completed app, there we go. That top part is our nav bar. Now, I do not want to style our nav bar now. I want to style except I styled the 404 page, but the rest of the app, I want to style it once we're done with it. But I'm just going to add a border so it is visible where our nav bar is. So if I click on home, I'm redirected to the home page. This is stories. This is also stories. This should be voted stories. Let me fix this. There we go. Save it. And as you can see, navigation is so much easier now, right? I could go to any page that I want, and I could go to specific pages for individual stories as well. And now we need to think about our next steps. What is it that we want to do? Well, aside from the voting and unvoting functionality that is something that we are going to implement on the backend first, aside from that, our front-end application and styling, of course, is almost completed. But what I want to do now is I want to take a break from the front-end part that Next.js does, and I want to jump into the backend. So when I talk about backend, there are some important stuff that you need to understand. Why do we need backend? If you have some knowledge of Node.js, and Express.js, you know why we need backend. So we have, and even if you don't know Node.js and Express.js, I'm going to explain it to you as you have no prior experience. That's how I go about these videos anyway. So we need backend because frontend sends a request to some sort of a backend. What do I mean by that? So I'm going to go to my home page, and from the home page, let's jump to the stories page. Here I can see I have 15 stories, but I am interested on basically reading one of these stories, and it is this overly ambitious ant. So what I'm going to do, what am I going to do? I'm going to click on it. So once I clicked on it, what happened? Well, I was redirected to another page. I went to another page, and in that page, I have the title for the story, the image, as well as the content. How did this happen? Well, once I clicked on this image here, I sent a request to some place where this image and the story and the data for it is stored. That's the backend. And then the backend calculated that request, tried to understand it, and it tried to distinguish that request from the remaining 14 stories. So you can see I clicked on this ant image and I went to that story. It's not like I'm going to a different story, right? I am getting the story that I wanted to get. So when I'm saying that, the reason that I'm saying that is because there is some sort of a function on the backend that is responsible for understanding these requests. So it can distinguish between or among all of these stories, right? So if I click on this teapot, I'm going to go to the story for this one. So backend receives this request in order to show the content for the teapot. All right. And then it calculates that, meaning there is some sort of a function, and then it sends the data. How does it send the data? Well, the data is stored on a database, and it talks to a database, and it says, okay, I received a request for a story that has an ID of 6. It talks to our MongoDB database and it tells MongoDB, okay, give me the story that has this ID of 6. And MongoDB gives to the backend all of this data. And backend is going to send all of this data as a response to the frontend. And this is called the request response cycle. And if you understood that, you understood basically backend web development. And it doesn't matter what language or technology it is. We talk about Next.js since it is a full stack framework. It creates backend as well for us, as well as frontend. So far we were talking about frontend, but now we're going to switch our focus and talk about backend. Node.js and Express, they do the same thing. Nest.js, not Next, it is Nest, N-E-S-T. That is another backend framework. We have all these backend languages like PHP, like Java, and all the rest of them. All of them do the same thing, but the implementation is going to be language specific, technology specific. But what they do is the same thing. It's the same thing. They receive a request from the browser in order to load some sort of a data. And this is how all websites work anyway. So it's Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, it doesn't matter. You want to view a video on YouTube, you click on it, that click is going to travel and go to the backend, and backend is going to, this happens extremely fast because these websites and these servers are highly optimized, right? So backend calculates, okay, I received a request for this cat video or for this programming video or for whatever, right? And then it's going to send you all the data related to that video. So the video, the metadata, the comments, the likes, the dislikes, everything. And we do all of that, but on an extremely smaller scale here in comparison to YouTube. So now that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So I am trying to make sure that we have set up a backend inside of our application. So backend calculates the stories, what stories are required, what stories need to be voted for, what stories are voted for, what stories the user wants to unvote. And it does all of this calculation and it sends it to the front end because Next.js is a full stack. So now let's talk about backend. Now, Next.js has, now these calculations in Next.js, they're done by something that's called route handlers. And route handlers are the same thing as we have in Next.js as we have in Express.js, a backend framework for Node.js. Both of them are the same thing, but they do it in slightly different manner. But I believe that Next.js does it extremely easier than the way Node.js and Express.js does it. You might find this weird, especially if you have some backend knowledge, but once you get the hang of it, I'm sure I promise you cannot go back because this makes it so much easier. Everything in one folder. The front end, the back end, the database, everything is in one folder. And now let's try to actually go ahead and implement this. So inside of our app, we have the stories folder, we have the voted stories folder. The way that we go about backend is, the convention is we right click within the app folder and we create another folder and we call it API. API stands for Application Programming Interface. This is the channel that frontend and backend talk to one another. And whenever you see API in these sort of projects, that means backend logic. So all of our route handlers, all of the logic that goes into it, they're going to be confined to this API folder. Once you take a look at this, you should know, even if it is a Node.js project, that is going to be backend. Even if it is like a MERN stack project, once you see API, you should know that there is some backend going on. So inside of this API, what we want to do is we want to create route handlers. And what do I specifically mean by route handlers? What I mean is, currently our stories are loaded from this stories.ts file. And what is the problem with this file? Well, this is like a small, very, very minuscule database that we have inside of our file. and it is just a TypeScript file. It is not a MongoDB database. It is not a NoSQL database. We cannot basically add stories, remove stories from it easily, right? So what we want to do is we want to get rid of this. And instead of this, we want to store all of our content, all of our stories on a database so we can read it automatically from the database as well. So we want to implement this stories on a database. But for now, what we are going to do is we need to talk about route handlers. And every route handler is going to do one thing. And what it does is going to be the same thing that we did here. So this stories page and the voted stories page, they loaded different content from the stories.ts file. And our route handlers are going to do the same thing, but they're going to load data from our database. That's the difference. All right, so that's why we're going to replace the stories.ts with our database. We don't want this API folder to talk to this stories.ts. We want it to eventually talk with our MongoDB database. So let's get started with what we want to do here. Now, the first route handler that I'm going to create is going to be the simpler one. And by the time I've created that, everything is going to click for you and you're going to see why. So route handlers follow the same pattern as the app router in the front-end part of the application that we just created. So if I want to create a route to which our front-end app can make a request, the pattern is going to go the same way. So I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call it stories. And stories specifies that this is the route that we're going to make a request to. Doesn't this look like the front end? So here we have one story and here we have another one. And in fact, you could do this. And that's one of the reasons. Now, if you were to put this inside of the app directory directly, that wouldn't work because you would have two folders by the same name. That's another reason why you should create an API folder and put the stories in there. Now, what makes this a route handler is a very specific file. That file is called route.ts. Now, much like our stories URL that was made a URL by the existence of this page.tsx, this stories, the same thing, route handler is made a route handler by the existence of this very specific file, route.ts. You must have this, all right? And this is going to specify our route handlers. So what is it that we actually want to do here? Now, you need to have Postman installed and configured for this project as well, because this is full stack. And once we create the backend, before making sure that front end and backend are connected, we are going to test our route handlers using this Postman. So once you can just go to Postman download and download it. I'm pretty sure you have heard of it and I'm pretty sure you have it installed. Even if you don't, that's very simple. Just download the app, or you could just use it in the browser. Just use an email to log in and that's it. So you're going to see something like this if you click on home and it says send an API request. Now, what is the idea behind Postman? Postman acts as a substitute for our frontend. Once you create a backend, before connecting it to frontend, you need to test your backend if your backend works, right? So we use Postman to do that because creating a frontend takes time and we just want to do some tests very quickly, and Postman allows us to do that. So once you go to this, you're going to see this untitled request page or tab. And if you click on this one right here, you're going to see a lot of different words. And these are called HTTP methods. Every method does something different. So if you call a get method is also called an HTTP verb. Why is it a verb? Because it does something. So you could hear an HTTP method or an HTTP verb. Both of them are the same thing. And what does this get do? Well, it loads all of the data. The job of the get method is to load all of the data. And if you take a look at the delete, the job of this is to delete data. If you take a look at the post, the job of this is to add data. Now, I said get is going to load data. Where? Get is going to load data from the backend and it's going to send it to the front end. Okay? Post is going to add some data from the front end to the backend. Delete is going to delete some data based on a request that has been sent from the browser, and it is going to delete that data from our backend. So all these HTTP methods, they talk from front end to backend and backend to front end. So if I go to my page and if I go to the stories page, what do we do? What happens when I click on the stories route? Well, we see all of our stories, aka we load all of our stories. So this is a get method, right? But what if I vote a story? Is this a get method? No, this is a post one because I'm changing data on the backend, right? But what happens if I say unvote? That's also not a get method, and it is not a post method either because I am deleting some data from the backend. So this is a delete method, right? So we're going to work with these three different methods. We're going to work with the get, with the post, and with the delete. And by the end of this route handling, you're going to have perfect idea of why we need these route handlers. You need to see them in action in order to really understand what the idea behind them is. And it is, again, extremely easy to do with Next.js. Well, if this is your very first route handler, let's just jump in and let's create it. So the first route handler, as I talked about, is going to be the route handler that is going to load all of our stories. It's not going to change it. It's not going to update it. It's not going to delete it. So it's going to be a get request, right? So now, whenever we do something on the backend, we need to make sure that it is asynchronous, aka non-blocking, because server takes some time in order to understand what the request is and how to handle that. And we don't want that to block the rest of our application. That's why we set it as an asynchronous operation. But one thing that you need to keep in mind is route handlers in Next.js, they are basically functions. So when they're functions, they're easier to understand, right? But the name of the function is going to be that HTTP method that you want to set up for this route. Now, the first route that we created is within our stories directory or stories route handler. And the job of this is to show all of the stories or load them. And you need to write it in capital. So this is going to be a GET request. And what is this going to do? Well, this one is going to receive a request that is going to have a type of GET, right? Because we want to load all of the stories. And then it's going to return a response. So let's return a response. Now, the way you return a response in this function is you're going to construct a new response function. Okay, response. And you do not need to import it. This is by default added to these route handlers in Next.js. Now, once you have a setup, once you receive a request to your server, the request is going to be in the form of JSON. That's the most common data type that we send data from frontend to backend, and then we send data from backend to frontend as well. That's the most common way for us to do it, all right? So if I want to send some data to the front end as a part of the response, you might say, okay, what is the request? Well, we already handled that. That is a GET request, okay? So what is the response? The response is going to be, okay, user wants to see all of the stories. So let's send all of the stories to the user. So here we're going to say, but before sending all of the stories, the expected data format for APIs is JSON. We need to convert all of our stories to JSON. So we have this JSON.stringify in which we're going to pass all of our stories, which I just imported, even though I said that we are going to make sure that these stories, they come from our MongoDB database. But for now, I just want to make sure that this route handler is going to be tested and it's going to work correctly. And then we're going to substitute these stories from this static file and we're going to change it to our MongoDB. All right. But for now, we just want to test our route handler and have an idea of how this API weird folder works inside of our frontend app. So we're testing the waters. All right. We're going to go slow so you really understand what is happening here. So we got our stories array. We converted that to a JSON string and we set it as a response. Now, this response needs some more information. One of the most important information is the status. Now, if this response is successful, we say the status is 200. These stati or statuses, they're called HTTP status codes. You can do a simple Google search or ask ChatGPT, and it's going to explain everything to you. So 200 is a success status code. That means everything was okay. We received a request, and that request was handled successfully by our route handler, and here is your data. And we send the data back to the browser. So the request was successful. All right. Now, we need to also specify what kind of a data it is that we want to send. And that goes inside the headers. This is some configuration that you need to do for these responses. If you have worked with Express and Node.js, you have already seen all of this and you're familiar with it. So we say content -type. Just make sure that you spell this correctly. Application /JSON. And that's it. That's it. You can see how simple it is and how much it makes sense. We have a JavaScript function, the name of which is get, which means this is going to handle a GET request from the browser. And once it receives the GET request, it is going to send all of the stories as a JSON. Now, how do you know where to send this request? Well, we already defined that. We send it to this /stories. As I said, in the front end, once we created a folder called stories, the name of this folder is our route, our URL. The same thing goes for backend. And this is the beauty of Next.js. This is why it's the most popular, because it's the simplest one. It's uniform across the board, front end and backend, it's the same thing. So backend, as soon as you do or make a request to the /stories, you're going to get all of your stories. It's the same thing as we did in the front end. The only difference was in the front end or on the front end, in order for the stories URL to work, we needed a file that was called page.tsx. This was a requirement. But on the back end, it has a very, very understandable name, route.ts. Why TS? Why not TSX? Because on the back end, we don't have any components. This is not a component. This is a pure TypeScript, aka JavaScript file. And it is extremely simple, and it just works magic. So we need to make a request in order to see all of our stories. And how do we make a request? Well, we need to basically do it. So let me just go to here, and from here, or we could just go to the browser right here, and I'm going to select our localhost. I'm going to put it right here. So we have our localhost 3001, right? And what was the route that we created? What was that? What was the name of it? It was stories. And now let's go ahead and let's make a request. There we go. You can see the status is okay. Let's go to the preview. We can see we have all of these stories here. But what is the problem here? Well, this seems like our front end, doesn't it? But because it is our front end. So if you go to the preview, you can see we have these images, so this is our front end. But we don't want to make a request to the front end. We want to make a request to the back end. And how do we do that? That's simple. Didn't we say API? And we forgot to add that. So before stories, we're going to say /API and then /stories. And now if I send a request, we're going to see all of our stories. It's just beautiful to watch, right? So here we have our array. You can see it says JSON because that is the default format for API calls. And there we go. We have an array, story 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 15. And you could click on this preview and it's going to show it to you way better, right? There we go. Beautiful, right? So congratulations, you just created your very first route handler and you did it beautifully. And let's move forward and let's create the rest of them. So we created a route handler that is going to show all of the stories. And by now, you know why we need Postman. Now, in order for it's going to take a long time for me to actually set up the front end and show it to you in order to talk to this backend and to show this. But Postman makes this extremely simple. We just made a request to this URL. This is a backend URL. As you can see, it says API, right? So we made a request to this URL. We're going to fix this once we connect frontend to backend, because in our completed app, you can see we don't have that API/API, because once we connect it, we're going to fix that as well. But for now, we need to specify that we are making a request from the browser, which is in this scenario Postman, to the backend, which is this URL. And what is the verb or the method? That's get. Now let's specify the other methods as well. So this was the stories. What do you think is going to be the next one? You can just pause the video and think about it. Well, it could be one of two. It could be either to show or to load individual stories, or it could be to show or load voted stories. And that's it. So as many, in this specific scenario, as many URL or routes that we have on the front end, we're going to have those many route handlers on the back end. And the URL is going to be the same thing. So we could go one of two ways. Again, we could create a story. We could create the voted stories route handler, or we could just load an individual story. I'm going to go with an individual story because that is going to be within our stories. And why? Because it is a part of that. Now on the front end, what did we do? Well, we created the stories, which was the URL. And inside there, we did this square brackets ID. Well, we're going to do the same thing on the backend. Let's create a folder, square brackets ID. And now I want this to be a route handler. So what is that specific file that I have to add? route.ts. And there we go. You just created a dynamic route handler in Next.js in just 1 second. Extremely easy, right? And you can see the pattern is the same thing as the front end. So here, here is our front end and here is our back end. The same thing. It's just the file is different, and for good reason. So let's go ahead and let's see what it is that we want to add in here. Well, we want to have some sort of functionality to load individual stories. Now, if you want to load an individual story, we need to take a look at some distinguishing factor that is going to specify which story it is that the user wants to load. So if user clicks on story 4, we need to load that story 4. I already showed you an example of that in the browser once I clicked on this, the overly ambitious ant. So the way this request is going to go to the server is going to contain, the request is going to contain the ID, and the server is going to basically call all of our stories, and it's going to get the ID that matches the ID that came with the request. And that's how we're going to do it. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a GET request because we want to load something, right? So how do we specify it? We're going to say export async. Remember, this is backend function. And the name of the function is that specific HTTP method. It's going to be GET. So now, how do we specify what ID was sent from the front end? Well, we have the same thing that we had in the front end. So on the front end, we had this params, which came from our URL or from our routing. And we have the same thing on the backend. We have this params, but we need to make sure that this function accepts that as well. So we have the params. The params is going to have a type of params. Let me specify params as a type of params, and I'm going to specify or basically create an interface. So this is going to be an interface. It's going to be called params, or short for parameters. And this is going to contain one thing, one property, because our parameters, they just have one ID because that's what we specified as the folder name as well. And the type of that is going to be a string. There we go. So since we have this, we need to destructure it from our parameters. Now, since we're talking on the backend, we need to make sure this is, and since we have made this function an asynchronous function, we need to await params, because this is going to return a promise for us. That's why we need to await it. And I'm going to store this inside of a variable, and I'm going to call it URL params. All right. And now I can basically destructure the content from it. We should have done the same thing on the front end. In fact, there is a couple of things that I need to do here, and I'm going to come back to this. So I'm just going to keep this open. This is the page.tsx for the dynamic route that we created. So this route URL, it's interchangeable. It's the same thing on the front end, this word, and on the back end, but the implementation is going to be different. So we want to get from this URL params an ID. There we go. And I'm going to store it inside of a variable, and I'm going to call that variable story ID. Now, why am I doing this? Because this comes from the front end. I want to load an individual story. And which story it is that I want to load? Well, I need to take a look at its ID, right? So this is the ID that I received from the front end. That's something that I need to emphasize. Story ID is that ID of that and story that I clicked on, right? What was the ID of it? 3. So this story ID is going to be 3. Now, I need to search through my database and find the story that has this ID. And then I'm going to send it back to the front end, right? So I'm going to create a variable, and I'm going to call it story. Let's grab our stories array for now, but we are going to change this with our MongoDB database, right? So we're going to say find, because we want to find one individual story. This story ID, what story do we want to find? We want to find a story whose ID is equal to the ID that we received from the front end. So here, this is the ID that we received from the front end. This is the ID that we search on the back end. If these two are the same thing, it means we have selected the correct story, right? But what if this story doesn't exist? Well, we need to handle that as well. If story does not exist, we are going to return new response. You're not familiar with this, right? Return new response. Now, since we want to return a new response, it depends on what kind of response this is. Since the story doesn't exist, do I want to send an object? No, because the story doesn't exist. I want to send a simple text, and I'm going to say story not found. But this is still going to need to have some status code. Now, if the story was not found, that means there is an error, and the status code for that is 404. But what if the story was found? If the story is found, we're going to send a different response right here. And what do we want to do here? Well, we send the story. So we grab our story, but we need to make sure that we convert it to JSON, because this is an object. You know, every story is an object. So if I hover on this, you can see it's going to be story, right? This is an object. So if I want to send an object to the front end, I need to convert it to JSON. The status code for this one is going to be 200 because it did work, right? And here we're going to have the same thing. Come on, buddy. Content type application /JSON. Save everything and we should be good to go, right? And we need to have some things done in here as well. I'm going to come back to those. But for now, let's test our backend. So what is the URL? You need to take a look at that. So we are within the stories. So far it's okay. But then after the stories, I need to pass an ID for a story that I want to see in the browser. All right. Let's first off load up our this story that has an ID of 3. What is going to be the HTTP method? It's going to be get, because we just want to load that story. So if I click on it, we got a 500 internal error. Let's come right here. Let's go to here. What does it say here? It says cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. And this error, in my opinion, is very important for you to really understand. The reason for this is because we have a dynamic route. Remember, we talked about this story number 3. And since this route is dynamic, it could be story 4, 5, whatever, any of the 15 stories. What Next.js does is it passes this params as a second parameter or a second argument to this get function or get method. But what is the first one? Well, the first one is called a request. You need to pass that because our ID is going to be contained within the request. But then once you pass it, you need to type annotate this as well. And the type of this is going to be next request, because this is a request that we use inside of Next.js. There are some benefits to this, and it is more powerful than the standalone or simple request object that we have inside of Node.js. It gives you more power, more flexibility, and also it has a smaller request object that it has been specifically designed for Next.js. This is a request, and in order to type annotate it correctly, you need to write next request because we're using this within our next server, right? Within our next route handler. So let's save this. Now, you can see inside of our function body, we are not using this request. This is just here. So params is the second argument, right? So now if I come right here, hopefully now this is going to work. And there we go. The overly ambitious ant. We got that one right there. So now I can dynamically change my stories. I got the melodic black hole. Let's go to story 15. The dramatic DNA strand. Let's go to story 12. So it doesn't matter. You can see this is dynamic, but it is still get method because we're just loading some data. We don't delete it. We don't change it, just getting that. All right. Now, you have understood all of this. I did say that we need to fix this page.tsx here as well. And the reason that we need to fix this is, let's go to the browser. Let's actually go to that. So if I click on this Galaxy's Worst Navigator, I'm loading one individual story, but I'm loading that dynamically, right? Let's come to here to the terminal and let's see what is happening. So here it says route stories ID used params.id, right? Params should be awaited before using its properties. Learn more at this sync dynamic APIs. So you can just click on this, hold control and click, and you're going to be able to learn more about it. What this basically means is this thinks that this component is actually a backend component. That's why you need to await it. So even though it says status 200, you can see it's green. That means it's good to go. But if you don't want to see this inside of your terminal, there is a very, very simple fix for this. And the fix for this one is we're just going to convert this to an async function. And then we are going to await this. If I come right here, and if I just go and try to reload this page, just to make another request, you can see we don't have that anymore. So that's something that I wanted to do, and I sort of forgot that. So again, let's get out of the front end. Let's go to the back end. So we have handled two route handlers. One was to load all the stories, one was to load individual stories. Now let's create a route handler that is going to load voted stories, stories that user has voted for. But before doing that, remember inside of here, we also handled what if a story doesn't exist. So if I go to 1, 2, 3, I know that this story doesn't exist. I basically receive a story not found. But I just remember that we did not handle this inside of our frontend. So if I go to a story that has an ID of 1, 2, 3, which does not exist, we're going to get this error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Now, do you want users to see this? No, you don't. So let's go ahead and let's fix this. So instead of showing this page, what we can do is we can show our 404 page. We can show our not found page. I hope you're not getting confused because I'm moving from backend to frontend, and you should not be confused because this is Next.js. You constantly move from backend to frontend. So I'm going to go to my frontend. You can see I'm not within the API folder. So this is my frontend. I'm going to go to page.tsx. This is a component. That means this is my frontend. Now, here I'm going to configure if story does not exist, much like what I did on the backend. On the backend, I did the same thing, right? This is the good thing about having one language, frontend and backend. So if story does not exist, I just want to show the not found page. And now let's go to the browser, and there we go. So we have our navigation, and then we have page not found. So you could say that you don't need this home page, or you could say, okay, I need it. It doesn't really matter. So if you click on it, you're going to go to the home page, or you could go to stories or voted stories one. It is highly unlikely that this will happen because users will only click on any stories, and users are not going to type specifically the ID of that story. And if a user wants to go to a story, again, user is just going to click on it. So it doesn't really matter if you just add it or not. I just thought of it and I said, okay, I could just add it. All right. So this is the front end. Let's go back to the back end. And on the back end, what we want to do is we want to be able to show stories that have been voted for. And then we need to be able to handle voting stories. And we need to also be able to handle unvoting stories. Let's move ahead and create a route handler that is going to send back voted stories. Now this route handler is going to be a little bit different than the couple of ones that we've created so far, in that I'm going to create a new folder inside of our API, and that's going to be called users. So we have two main folders inside of our API. That means we have the /API, and then we have the /users here, as well as the stories. The reason that I want to put these inside of these voting functionalities, voting routing handlers inside of the users is I want to sort of mimic if we had several different users. But since we are not going to implement authentication, we are just going to have like some sort of an in-memory DB that is going to handle all of this for us. So when we talk about users, we need to be able to distinguish among the users as well. So we need to have some sort of dynamic route as well. So I'm going to create a new folder. And again, this is going to be ID, since it could be user 1 or user 2 or 3. In this scenario, I just want to call them user 111 or 111, 222, 333, 4, 5, and that's it. So we have 5 users that are gonna who are gonna vote for stories, and then we are gonna have a 6th user who has not voted for a story. So inside of the ID folder, we're going to create another folder, and that is going to be relating to these voted stories, or to the stories that users have voted for. And if you pay attention to this, you can see this one, this route handler right here, it looks exactly like our page on the front end. because they are going to be they will be talking to one another after we implement the database. So inside of this voted stories, I'm going to create our route.js, .ts, and that is going to basically make this voted stories a route for us. So let's move forward. I am going to first create our voted stories depending on which user it is. I am going to shortly type annotate this as well. So I have this user, and this user will have, I could just copy paste all of this not to waste too much of your time. So I have users 111 who have voted for stories 1, 3, and 5. The reason that we have an array of story IDs is any user could vote for more than one story, and it's easier for us to store it in an array. So we have user 111, 222, 3, 4, and 5 who have voted for their respective stories. I need to go ahead and type annotate this as well. So what it is that we basically have keys, which are going to be strings, and for a specific object, and the values for the keys, they're going to be an array of strings. So I could create a type. I just want to make sure that it is easier for us to understand. That's why I want to type annotate it specifically. So I could use the record type. The record type is going to specify keys of an object as type string, and the values are going to be arrays of strings. And now we're going to use this to type annotate voted stories. There we go. All right, let's create our function. We're going to say export async function. Now, if we want to show voted stories, that means we just want to load stories who have been voted for. Basically, we want to load some data. So what kind of an HTTP method will that be? That's going to be a get method, right? So I'm going to say get. There we go. Now, depending on which user has voted for a story, so this get method is going to have a couple of things. One thing, or basically the second thing, is going to be params, because we need to receive from the front end params which user ID it is, right? So based on any user ID, we want to show their respective voted stories, all right? So if from the front end we get a request for 444, we're going to show stories 7, 13, and 11. That's why we need to get the ID of the user so we know which stories that specific user has voted for. And the type of this is going to be params. Params, let's create this one as well. This is going to be easy. I'm going to go on top. Actually, this is going to be interface params. This just has one member, and the type of that is going to be string. Now, since we receive an ID, if you remember from our previous dynamic route handler, this params is going to be passed by Next.js as the second argument. But what is the first argument? The first argument is our request. But then we need to type annotate that as well, and that's going to have a type of next request that we just imported as well. All right, so let's go down. What do we want to do in here? Well, we need to select the ID of that specific user. So we're going to say await params, and I'm going to store this inside of a variable, and I'm going to call it URL params. What do we get from here? We get the user ID. So user ID, that is going to be URL params.id. All right, we have gotten the user ID. Now, we need to know, based on our voted stories, what stories that this specific user has voted for. What do I mean by that? So let's say from the request that we get from our front end, we get this 555. So this user ID is 555. Now, from our voted stories, we need to get the value for that 555 key, right? So I'm going to say const voted, I'm going to say user voted story IDs. So it's a little bit longer, but it conveys the point. Now, I'm gonna sift through my object based on this ID. And whenever there is a match, I'm gonna find the stories that that specific user has voted for. So I'm gonna select my voted stories and I'm gonna pass in my user ID. Why I don't want to hard-code it? Because it could be different in any request. We could have 111 and then 222 and then 333. So we don't want to hard-code it. Whatever ID as the user ID we receive from our request, we sift through our voted stories object and we get the specific array for that ID. All right. Now, after we have selected this, what should we do? Well, we basically have to map through our stories that we have not imported yet and show these specific stories with these IDs. So if the user ID that we received was 555, it means the user has voted for stories 9, 15, and 14. Now, what I need to do is I need to select stories 9, 15, and 14 from the list of stories so I can send it to the front end. So how do I do this? I'm going to say const user voted stories. Now keep in mind here it says user voted stories. Above on line 20 it said user voted story IDs. So that's line 20 is just the IDs, but here based on those IDs we get the actual stories. So how do we get that? We get our user voted story IDs. Let's map over that. In each iteration we get something that's called a user voted story ID. That's going to be a singular one. And then I'm going to grab my stories where I have all of the stories, that big array, and I'm going to find that individual story in each iteration. This is when I'm explaining this, that means in each iteration, we just select one story. So in the first iteration, we find the story that matches the ID of 9. And then we store it, and then we get the story that has an ID of 15, we store it, and then we get a story that has an ID of 14, we store it, and then we send all of that to the front end. So we're going to say if story ID, story.id is equal to that user voted story ID, then we want to store it within this variable. And you can see it says story, so it's going to be an array of stories. And in this scenario, we already know the IDs. It's going to be 9, 15, and 14. So this variable is going to hold stories with IDs 9, 15, and 14. But it's going to hold the entire story, right? The image, the description. But in here, right in here on line 21, we don't have the entire story. We just have the ID of those stories. That's why this variable says IDs. But on line 23, inside of this variable user voted stories, we have the complete story. And once we have it, what do? We basically send it as a new response. New response, and we need to make sure that it is in the JSON format, and then we send user voted stories. There we go. What else do we need to do? We need to set a status of 200, and the headers is going to be, that's going to be content -type application /JSON. Let's save that. Now, what if we have a user who has not voted for any stories? As I said, here we have 5 users, but then we are going to have a 6th one who has not actually voted for any of the stories. Now, if we come across something like that, or a user like that, we could do whatever we want. But what I want to do is specifically send an empty array indicating that user has not voted for anything, but user has the possibility to vote for something and populate that array. So I'm going to say if user voted story IDs is equal to undefined. Undefined, that means we have a user who has not voted for any of the stories. We return a new response. And that response is going to be JSON.stringify. We are going to pass in an empty array. but we still need to, let's go out. We still need to have our status code. What I could do is just copy these two right here and let's save it. So status code is going to be 200, headers is going to be content type application JSON. All right, we should be good to go. And now let's open up Postman here. So let's see what we need to do. So we need to make sure that we are making requests to the right route handler, right? So what is the route handler? We need to do API /users and then any specific user ID and then /voted stories. That's our API. That's our route to which we're going to make the call. So it's going to be API users and then which user ID do you want to select? Let's select 111, the beginning, and then I'm going to say, okay, I want voted stories for this user. What is going to be the HTTP method? It's going to be get. Let's send a request and there we go. So if I take a look at preview, we have stories with the IDs 1, 3, and 5. That's exactly how we have written that here. 1, 3, and 5. Let's make a call to the stories that user 555 has voted for. And we get 9, 15, and 14. And now you know how this works, right? We get so you can see when we make a call to this endpoint, we send the user ID. 555. And based on this user ID, we sift through this object. We get the array. Once we get the array, we store it here. You can see it's an array of strings. And then based on this array, since we have numbers, we map through this array here. And in each iteration, we get one number. We cross-reference it with our stories.ts file with the large stories array. And we find the story ID that matches that specific ID from our initial voted array. And then we do this programmatically over and over for as many times as there are voted stories. And then we store it inside of this variable, which we basically send later to our front end. Now, what if I select a user who has not voted for anything? Now, 666 is just an example. Since we don't have any authentication, this could be 123, this could be whatever. But I'm just saying this is 666. And if we do that, even though the status is going to be okay, because if user has not voted for any of the stories, why should our application break? It's correct it should be a success status code. But the array that we get is going to be empty, since there are no stories that this user has voted for. Next up, I want to implement the functionality to actually have the ability to vote for a story. And since we still talk about voted stories, we could just put that inside of this route. It's going to be okay. So since we have this route.ts and it already contains a route handler for a GET request, if we want to implement the functionality to vote for a story, that is not going to be a GET request. That is going to be a POST request because we want to change something on the server. So since these two requests are different, they could live inside of one file, and that is going to be okay. So I'm going to collapse this GET request, and I'm going to come down here and I'm going to create an async function. Now, we want to change something on the server. That's going to be a POST request. And let's move forward with this. So if we want to change something on the server, there is a couple of things that you need to pay attention to. One, if I want to vote for a story, I need to know which user it is. So there are some things that I'm going to copy paste from our GET request. So I'm going to copy paste the params just to show you that there are going to be some similarities, also to save some time. So these are our params. Now, since we get the ID, params is going to be the second argument. What is the first one? It's going to be the request. Let's put that here. There we go. So this part is done. Let's open this up. What else do we have here? Well, we need to await our params first so we can basically resolve it and get the user ID from there. Because again, when we want to vote for a story, we should know which user it is that wants to vote. All right. So which user wants to vote for a story. That is something that we get from our params. And then this params is going to give us this user ID. And I'm going to say URL params, exactly like how I did it in the get method. There we go. We just got the ID. Now, so the first thing that I need to know is the ID of the user. The second thing that I need to know is going to be the ID of the story that user wants to vote for, right? So these two things, they are going to come from the front-end request. And once we're done with this route handler, I'm going to show you how this actually works. And once we connect this to our front-end app, that's going to make a whole ton of sense, all right? But for now, if we want to know which story user wants to vote for, let's say we know at this point, we know what user it is that wants to vote. That's user 555, all right? Maybe that user wants to vote for story 1. And that voting for story 1, that's going to come as the body of the request. So I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to call it body. I am going to type annotate it to vote body. I'm going to come back to this type annotation, and this I'm going to convert this request to JSON, request.json, so we can actually read through it. We basically parse it as a JSON, and that is going to make it a JavaScript object for us, so we can actually take a look at it, so we know what the ID of the story is, right? So we can vote for that story. So now that we have converted our request to a Java, even though it says .json, it is not actually JSON. It is going to convert that to a JavaScript object for us. So how do we get the story ID from this JavaScript object? Well, we say body dot story ID. And that's going to give us the ID of the story that this 555 user wants to vote for. And I'm going to store that in this variable. Let's create this vote body type annotation. I could create it right above this function, even though this should go up, but I'm just going to create it right above the post method. So you know that it belongs to the post method. I'm going to say interface vote body. This is just going to have one member, and that's going to be story ID. The type of which is going to be string. There we go. But before moving forward, I would like to explain the logic of what I'm about to do. And I'm going to try to break it down into its comprising parts so you really understand what it is that we want to do. So at this point on line 61, we know the user ID that wants to vote, and we know the story that this user wants to vote for. So what is the problem here? Or what is the challenge that we need to overcome? The challenge is we need to take a look at our in-memory database for all of the users. We need to find out if this user has already voted for a story. So that's thing number 1. Has this user already voted for a story? And the second thing is, if this user has voted for a story and wants to vote for a new story, well, the new story's ID should be added to an existing array. What do I mean by this? So if I come right here, let's say with our request, we have gotten user 111. And once we got this user, we know that this user has voted for 3 stories already. But maybe this user wants to vote for story with an ID of 4. So should we override this user's preferences or voted stories completely, or should we add that 4 to this array? We should add it, right? So this user has voted for 3 stories already, and now they want to vote for a 4th story. So a 4th story's ID should be added to this array, right? So that's that's the next thing. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind is if this user has not voted for any of the stories, and then in that scenario, we should create an array and we should put the story ID inside of there. Which user is that going to be? That's going to be 666. So let's move forward and let's do this. There is going to be one of two conditions. Either user has voted for stories or user has not voted for stories. So it's going to be an else. So it's going to be something or else. We could use a ternary operator for it. So I'm going to put the question mark for ternary operator above, and I'm going to put the colon down below. The question mark works when it is true. What is true? Well, user has voted for some stories already. And the else part holds true once user has not voted for any of the stories. So if we select a user, if we receive a user who has not voted for any of the stories, we want to create an array and we want to pass in that story ID in there, because that's going to be the initial and the only entry in the array that specifies the voted stories. All right, so this part is done. That was the easier part. But what if user is 111 and that user has already voted for a few stories? We don't care how many stories. We just know that there is initial entries in that array. So in that scenario, we're going to get our voted stories object. We're going to sift through it using our user ID so we can cross-reference which user ID it is. So if we receive 111, we need to make sure that we only adjust the values for that 111 entry. All right, we don't touch 222 or 3 or 4 or 5. All right, so we get that array and we concat that by what? By the new story ID. And there we go. So if you understood this, that's it. So again, we select that our voted stories and we pass in the user ID that we got right here. That user ID is 111, and this is going to give us the first entry of that object. And then to that first entry, we add this story ID. So there was IDs 1, 3, 5, and for example, the new one is 4. Now the array is going to read 1, 3, 5, 4. Now we know that it's one of these two ways. But where is our actual if statement? We should have that if statement so we know that one of these two is going to come true. So the if statement is checking if that user ID exists within our voted stories object. Because if it exists, that means there is some voted stories for that user. I hope you're not getting confused with all these like going back and forth. I'm just going to sum it up and just move forward. So we get our voted stories. We pass the user ID in there. That means there is, if this comes true, then if this is true, we run this line. If this is false, we run this line. What does that mean? If this is true, that means there is a user who has voted for stories. And then we run this line. What does this mean? It means we add to that array of voted stories. However, we just add one more entry to it. But if this doesn't exist, that means it's user 666, right? Because 666 is not in there. And what does that mean? It means user 666 has not voted for any of the stories. Therefore, we create a new array and populate it with that unique user ID. And let's go ahead and let's actually store this somewhere. I'm going to store it. I'm basically going to change our entry for that user ID, right? So the initial entry, let's talk about this. The initial entry is 135. We select that entry if the request that we have received has an ID for a user 111, all right? So we grab that 111 ID and we update it with this one, right? So now if you take a look at the updated array for 111, it is not going to contain three voted stories. It's going to contain 4 voted stories. And I'm going to show that to you. I'm going to show it to you in the Postman as soon as this one is over. So now that we have all of the voted stories and everything, you can just, if you didn't, I'm sure you understood this completely, but you could just rewind the video if you had trouble understanding it, or if anything was a little bit confusing. which I'm sure you understood it completely. So we want to return a new response. And much like before, we need to make sure that it is of type JSON. But what is our new response? Well, we didn't actually craft that new response. So what do you think the new response is going to contain? Well, the new response is going to be the list of stories that any of the users has voted for. So if in our request we receive, inside of this post, we receive user 111, what we want to show to user 111 is all the stories that this user has voted for. And how do we find these stories? Now you can see so far, we were just talking about the ID. The ID is one property of a story. We need to have the entire story information. And that's where we create this array. So we say user voted stories. We grab our voted stories. We sift through it based on the user ID who has made the request. And in here, we're going to say user voted story ID. And now let's grab our stories. We find all the stories that match the ID of the stories that this user ID has voted for. So we grab the story. We say, give me the story dot ID that is equal to user voted story ID, much like before. And then that's going to be an array for us. You can just hover on it as well. You can see it says array. And then we pass that. So user voted stories. And this should have a status as well. Now, since we want to change something on the server, the status is no longer 200. It's going to be 201. The headers, nonetheless, is going to be the same thing. So it's going to be content type application /JSON. Let's save that. And now the next thing that we need to do is we need to actually make a request to this post endpoint. So I'm going to collapse this get one, and we just talk about the post one. So let's come right here. How do we make a post request? Well, we have this 666. The first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to convert it to 111. And you need to determine the HTTP method as well. That is going to be post. So we have API users 111 voted stories. Now, since this is a post request, it means that I want to vote for a story. So here we did something interesting. We said that we have this body of the request, and we converted that to a JavaScript object. That means that was a JSON. JSON looks like a JavaScript object. It has keys. It has values. So it even says in the name, JSON, JavaScript object notation. So it looks like an object. So it's easier for us to convert to a JavaScript object. But the important thing is here that this route handler, this server, it needs to receive a JSON. So we need to open up Postman. So we want to send a JSON string to our server that is going to contain the information of the story that this 111 user wants to vote for, right? So we made a post request. We know all of that. From there, from this tab, from params, we're going to jump into the body. From there, we're going to click on raw and make sure this is JSON. And in here, well, how does JSON look like? It's JavaScript object notation. So you need to have curly braces. And we did define the structure of this JSON in here. We said that it has a type of vote body. So when we talk about vote body, there is just one member that's called story ID, and it should receive a string. So how do we do this? Well, it's very simple. In here, we pass in a string that is going to say story ID. And what should be the value? The value should be the ID of the story that this user wants to vote for. So initially, in our example, we said user 111 wants to vote for story number 4. So let's just pass that there. And let's hit send. And there we go. We got a status of 201, which says created, and it says a new resource was created successfully. So if I were to take a look at this database, we can see that initially 111 has an array that has stories 1, 3, and 5. And now if I take a look at it here, 1, 3, 5, and there we go. Story number 4. We got that as well. So now there are 4 stories for this user. You can take a look at their JSON as well. So ID 1, ID 3, 5, and ID 4. So how does this work in the context of our code? Let's just go through it. So we received a request for a user that had an ID of 111. So here, this one is going to produce, let me just comment this, 111. But this 111 is going to be a string, right? So this is going to be 111. And what is this going to produce? Well, this is going to produce this array for us, right? So I'm just going to copy that array. I just want to make sure you really understand it. So we received this array and we passed, this is where we actually stored it. So this is not technically correct. So I'm just going to go back, but we received it right here, right? So since this array exists, we concatenated that by the incoming story ID, which was 4. So after that, we created a new array and we added 4 in there. And this is something that we sent as our new response. Well, we didn't actually send this one. We have 4 IDs in here, 1, 3, 5, and 4. We sifted through, or we filtered, or we found stories that had these matching IDs, and then we sent those as a response back. All right, so this part is clear, right? And let's now make a request for a user who has not voted for any of the stories. Maybe this user wants to start voting for story 15. Let's send a request, and there we go. So now we have user 666 who has voted for story 15. There we go. If you make a GET request for this user, you're going to see that. So I change this to GET. I'm going to say none, and I'm going to send this request. Now, before, like a few minutes ago, we made a request for this user 666. We got an empty array. We no longer get that because this user has voted for this story. What about 111? And if I load all the stories that this user has voted for, there are going to be 4, right? And there we go. 4, 5, 3, and 1. It's very, very awesome, right? How this works. So this part is going to refer to user 666. So since user 666 doesn't have any voted stories, we create one array and we populate it with the ID of that story that this user wants to vote for. But what if this user 666 wants to vote for a new story as well? Let's say for story with an ID of 10. We need to make sure that it is a post request. Let's send it. And now let's load all the stories that this user has voted for. There are going to be 2 entries in that array. There we go. Very cool, right? Awesome. So this part is also done. Next up, what I want to implement is the functionality to actually unvote stories for any of the users who have already voted for a story. So here we have our post request within the same file. We had our GET request right here. And now, since it is the same route, we can create a delete endpoint here as well. So why do we need a delete endpoint? It's because we have this array, right? And we want this user 666 to unvote this story. So if this user unvotes this story, what happens? It gets removed from this array. And what happens to this array? There is just one item, and that item has an ID of 10. Well, if we say, okay, unvote this story again as well, what happens then? Well, then this user 666 doesn't have any stories to vote for. right? So that's why this is a delete endpoint. Let's go ahead and let's try to implement it. It's going to look a lot like what we have done so far here. So I'm just going to get started with it. This is going to be export async function. The HTTP method is going to be delete. What do we get in here? Let me just create the body. So we have our request and then we have our params as well. Let me copy that. We have already talked about these extensively. Very good. Let's go to the route handler body. We need to select the user ID, and we need to also select our vote body because we need to receive the story ID that the user wants to unvote. Now you need to keep in mind when we talk about delete, the story should already exist. Then you can delete it. If the story doesn't exist, what are you going to unvote in the first place, right? So I'm going to select both of them and I'm going to put that here. So what did this do? It got the user ID that wants to unvote one of their stories. And then we have that specific story that user wants to unvote. For example, user 111 has changed their mind and they want to unvote the fourth story with an ID of 4. How is that going to work? Now, since we want to delete something, we can use the filter method for arrays in JavaScript. So if we have a user that has voted for some stories, we want to delete one entry from it. So that's the question mark part. But what if we have a user who has not voted for any of the stories? Well, we're going to return an empty array. So the else clause has been completed. Let's talk about the actual clause where that condition is going to hold true. So in here, we need to first know which user it is. So we said user 111, right? And user 111 has an array of voted stories. The array has 4 items, 1, 3, 5, and 4. Cool. All right. This user wants to delete or wants to unvote the story with an ID of 4. What about the other ones? User wants to keep them or delete them or unvote them? No, user wants to keep them. So the filter method is going to work in this way that we are going to leave behind, aka unvote, the story that user wants. And filter method is going to create a new array for us, and it is going to populate it with all of the stories that the user wants to keep voted, right? So let's move forward. We're going to say, based on the ID, we want to keep all the stories whose IDs do not match the ID of the story that we have received with our request. Why don't we want it to match? Because the ID of the story that we received with our request, that's exactly the story that the user wants to unvote, aka leave behind. So filter method is going to leave that ID behind, which is ID 4, and it is going to create a new array with new IDs, and that array is going to be our initial array in our in-memory DB, and that's going to contain 1, 3, 5. This is how this is going to work. But where is our condition? Well, here is our condition, voted stories. We need to say user ID. If this user ID holds true, this means we have a user who has voted for one or more stories. Then we run this. It's exactly like above. So if we have this user already voted for any of the stories, then we remove that ID of the story that we have received with a request. But what if this does not hold true? That means we have a new user, let's say 777. And 777 has not voted for any of the stories. So if 777 doesn't have any voted stories, how am I going to remove or unvote a story? There are no stories to start with or to begin with. So I'm just gonna return an empty array. Cool. So here, after all of this, we end up with a new array. Keep that in mind. We end up with a new array. That new array could be empty or that could contain some entries. I don't care, but that's going to be a new array. and I'm going to update my voted stories object with that new array. There we go. Now let's go ahead, and if this new array is an empty array, well, we just want to send an empty array to the front end. But what if this new array, it contains some entries? What are those entries? Those entries are just strings of numbers, right? Strings of IDs. So we want to cross-reference those strings with our stories.ts file and get the full information for those stories, right? So here I'm going to say const user voted stories. Now you might be saying, why don't you name this user unvoted stories? Because what I'm going to return to the front end is not going to be the story that the user has unvoted. I'm just going to return the remaining voted stories. Well, does user want to see the story that they have unvoted? No. If they wanted to see that, why did they unvote it? So once the user unvotes a story, it means user doesn't want to see it. User wants to see the remaining voted stories, right? And I've already shown you that in our completed app, how that works. If we unvote a story, it's going to be deleted from the voted stories page. So in the voted stories page, the only thing that we have in here are the stories that have been voted for. We don't care about the stories who are not voted when we talk about this voted stories. You can see even the name says voted stories, right? So we just keep the voted ones. All right. So we want to say user voted stories, and much like before, we grab our object, we sift through it based on the user ID, and then we map that. And then we say user voted story ID. Let's grab our stories array, that all of the stories, and we find all of the stories whose IDs match this array. So continuing with our example, user 111 using line 88 has removed the story with an ID of 4. Eventually, this user has an array that has only 3 entries in there. So what we need to send to our postman is going to be an array that has 3 stories, right? But we need to send full information. Story name, the image URL, the ID, and the description, all of the information, right? But in here on line 87, we just have the IDs of the story. We don't have complete stories. So we cross-reference it with our stories using find method, and we find the story whose ID matches our voted, our user voted story ID. If it matches that, then we want to send it to the front end. So return new response. You're going to see this very, very briefly how this works. So json.stringify user voted stories. And much like before, now since we deleted something, the status code is going to be 202. Header is just going to be the same. It's going to be content-type. That's going to be application JSON. Let's save everything. Let's go to the postman. So we are going to continue with our example of user 111, right? So we have this user 111. And this user wants to unvote one of their stories. First, let's see how many stories does this user have. All right. This user has initially 3 stories, but we just voted for a 4th story. Well, this is the thing with our current implementation. That's the problem with our current, and I wanted to show you this and to highlight what happens if we change something on the server. And what is the problem with our in-memory database? This is one of the things that forces us to use some sort of a persistent database like MongoDB. So why did our server restart? Well, because we made some changes to the configuration of our server. So this route.ts, this is actually our server. Didn't we make some changes? We did. We created a new route handler right here. So that's a lot of changes right there. And as soon as you do one change and you save the server, server restarts. And once server restarts, all of the resources that have not been persisted permanently, they're going to be removed. And what resources were not persisted permanently? It was the story that this user 111 had voted for. That was story number 4, right? You see, you don't see that here. See, you don't see it because the server restarted. And once we connect it to our MongoDB, even if we change server configuration and server restarts, because all of the data is persisted correctly on a live database, nothing is going to be removed. Right? So what happened to our 666 user? This user voted for 2 stories. It was 15 and 10, right? Well, no. This user did not vote for anything because server restarted and we are back to our in-memory database. So before testing our delete endpoint, we need to make sure that we actually vote for our stories first so we can remove them. So this 666 voted for story 10. Let's vote for it. There we go. And they also voted for story 15. And now let me load the stories for 666. There we go. We got 10 and 15. Now it works, right? Let's go to user 111. That should be a post method. Let's go to raw. Now, what was the newest entry into this user's voted stories? That was the story with an ID of 4. And make sure the method is post right here. And now if I try to load all stories for this 111 user, we get that. There we go. So let's get back to our delete endpoint. So I'm going to select my delete endpoint. And as I said, user 111 changed their mind and they want to get rid of this story. Well, they could restart our server, right? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Not funny. So what they're going to do is they're going to send the ID of the story that they want to unvote from the server. What is the ID of that story? It's 4. So with our current implementation, you can see we have 4 entries here. And here is the 4th story, this melodic black hole one. Now, as soon as I send this, that story has been removed or technically unvoted. And here it says 202 accepted. The request has been received but has not been yet acted upon. But it was acted upon. There we go. What about for user 666? Let's say we want to revert this user back to its original state. And we remove the story with an ID of 15. Now you can see this user just has one story that has an ID of 10. Now, as I said, once we delete or unvote any of the stories, we no longer return it. So if you take a look at this, here we unvoted story number 15. Since we unvoted that, we do not return it anymore. We return the remaining voted stories because user is not interested in this story anymore. So we just get rid of it using our filter method. But we return all the remaining ones. And the same went for our 111, right? So if I load all the stories for 111, 111 has only this story. So story 1, story 3, and story 5. Where is 4? Well, this user deleted that story because they were not interested in it anymore. And do we return it here? You can see we have 1, 3, 5. Do we have 4? No, we don't have 4. And that's why here we said, okay, the story that user unvotes, that means user deletes it. And that means we don't return it. But we return all the remaining ones here. That's why it's called user voted stories, not user unvoted stories. All right. So with this, our final route handler has come to an end. And it is time for us to actually go ahead and add MongoDB. So I'm going to collapse these endpoints. I'm going to collapse these route handlers, basically. So we have the get, the post, the delete. And you know, if I make any changes in here, the server is going to restart and it's going to delete everything, all of our changes, right? So it is time for us to actually go ahead and get started with MongoDB Atlas. So you could, if you have a prior experience with any SQL database or any NoSQL database, you could use anything you want. But if you want to follow with this video, my suggestion for you is to just go ahead and search for MongoDB Atlas. Right here, you can see it says Atlas. And you just do a simple Google search for it. It's very, very simple. After you did a Google search, you need to log in. So I have already logged in. And from there, you need to navigate to the projects page. So this is one project that I've already created. I could just click on view all projects. Sorry for the flash. That's how it works. So you're going to see something like this, right? And you can just click on a new project. This is going to be very simple. Here you're going to specify the name of the project, new project, XXX, whatever, and you're going to say next, and you are the with the email that you have logged in, that's going to be the project owner, and then you're just going to click on create project, and it's going to take a while, and that's it. So now you have created a new project, and from here you need to create a cluster. And a cluster basically contains databases that we can use for projects. So within any project, we could have clusters, we could have databases, we could have users, but we want to keep everything simple. We just want to create one cluster. So that cluster is going to contain our database. So I'm going to click on create. And in here, there are going to be some prompts for you to actually pay for something, but you do not have to pay for anything. So you click on free, and so you selected free here. You could rename your cluster from here, and you could say preload. Here it says automatic security setup. Have that tick marked, but do not have this tick marked. We don't need any sample data set. You could keep it as the provider as AWS, and the server is going to be based on where you're located, closest to you. So this is going to be server closest to me, and then you're going to create this. You're going to click on this create deployment. It's going to ask, sometimes it asks for this, sometimes it doesn't. So now you have this connect to cluster. You have your username, you have your password, but you need to have this username and password copy pasted. So you need this for your connection. Let's click on choose a connection method. So what you're going to do here is you're going to click on this create database user. All right. So we created a user to basically manage our database, and it says add a connection IP address. And after that, it says create a database user. All right. And you can see both of them are tick marked. Let's say choose a connection method. And from the connection method, we're going to choose drivers. From here, you can just click on this view full code sample. And this code sample is very, very important. And this is very, very important for you to keep this secret as well, because this code sample, it contains the URI. The URI contains your username as well as your password. So right where there is this @cluster0, before this, up until this colon, that's your password. And from this colon up until these double forward slashes, that's your username. You need to make sure that you hide all of this. So here it says, the first thing is you need to select your driver and version, the pre-selected ones, that's okay. And then it says install your driver. So what you're going to do is you're going to say npm install MongoDB. So let's go to our project. I'm gonna just stop the server, clear everything, and you need to make sure that you're in the project directory. It says next story. So I'm gonna paste that, hit enter. Let's open up our package.json file. And if I take a look at that, you can see our dependencies are React, React DOM, and Next. I feel like this is gonna take a few seconds. I'm just gonna pause the video, and once it's finished, I'm gonna come back. All right, we are done. So if you take a look at this, we have MongoDB installed as well. So now that we have MongoDB installed, let's go ahead and let's create a file. I'm going to close this so everything goes smooth. So now what we need to do is we need to create a file that is going to contain our database logic. What I mean by database logic is our ability to create MongoDB clients, our ability to connect to our MongoDB client, the ability to run our database. So all of this logic, it has to live somewhere. So this is what I'm about to create is basically convention. You could put all of this logic inside of the API folder. You could create a DB or database.ts file and put it right here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, inside of this app directory, I'm going to create a new folder. Even though this is backend, I'm going to put it inside of this lib directory. So inside of the lib, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it db.ts. So this is going to be our database configuration. Where is that coming from? It comes from here. So I'm going to click on use view full code sample, copy everything, come right here, and I'm going to paste everything here. All right. Now that I've done this, what I'm going to do next is create a .env file that is going to contain our confidential information, because that info I do not want to commit to my GitHub. Once you download this code, you need to go ahead and you need to basically configure MongoDB Atlas for yourself, and you need to have your own username and your own password. So inside of this app, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new file. Nonetheless, I'm showing you how this actually works. So I'm going to say .env.local. This is how it works for Next.js. So here what we are going to have is one thing is going to be called MongoDB_user equal to, this is going to be the MongoDB user. That username that I told you to copy, you just paste it right here. So this could be, for example, John Smith. But make sure there are no strings, there is no comma, there is no semicolon, there is nothing. Because if you add anything to this John Smith, that is going to be interpreted as your username. All right. So this .env.local, it doesn't need anything. And then you have MongoDB_password. And that is the password that you saw right there next to that, basically that user that we created. So you need to put that password right here. So I am right here. I am going to cut my username and I'm going to go to my local and I'm going to put the username in there. So now the username place is empty. I'm going to cut my password. You can't see it, but I'm actually doing it. So I'm going to cut my password and I'm going to put it right here as well. I'm going to save my .env.local file and I'm going to close this. But before closing it, I need to select this MongoDB user. I need this. So I'm going to come right here. Now we have this cluster, right? We have this URI. Before the cluster, before the we are going to have the password, and before the colon, we're going to have the username. So if I want to make changes or if I want to invoke the value of a variable inside of the string, this is JavaScript, right? I need to convert it to backticks. So, let's first convert that to backticks. I'm going to create two template literals here. So that's the first one. This is going to contain the password, and this is going to contain the username. So here is MongoDB username, user, and this is going to be MongoDB password. make sure you spell it correctly. But this is not going to work like this. You need to say process.env.mongodb user, and then you're going to say process.env.mongodb password. And you're going to close the .env.local, and that's it. So you need to make sure that this is actually configured inside of your git ignore as well. So if you go to your git ignore, one of the most important things that you should not put on your GitHub is this node modules folder. But if you come right here, we have this env files. Can opt in for committing if needed, but we don't need that. So any extension, any file that ends with .env and it could have anything else coming after it will be ignored once we commit our code to GitHub, right? Just make sure that this is correct if you want to put your code to GitHub, if you want to upload your code. All right, so now that this part is done, let's go ahead and let's actually change some things inside of our configuration. And I'm going to get rid of these comments. And I'm going to explain what is actually happening here. And there we go. So we have this URI that's going to contain our connection string. It's going to inject username and password securely from our environment variables. So we do not hard code the credentials. You just have to make sure you do not change anything else inside of your connection string. It is just that username that you got it out and your password, you got it out. The rest, you should not do anything. You must not do anything to it. So here we have our MongoDB client. The job of this is to create an instance to manage the connection to MongoDB. So we pass in the URI in here, right? Right, let me just explain it like this. So we pass in the URI in here, and then we need to have some server options as well. Inside of our server options, the first thing that we have is the API version, and we select version 1 for consistent behavior. We have the strictness of our API, which is set to true. And this deprecation error set to true is this is just going to tell us if we're using any feature or any version that has been deprecated. These are just some configuration. You don't really have to be an expert in them, just have some basic idea what they do. And here we have our function that is going to basically run our MongoDB database. And there is a lot of things in here that we actually do not need. So here what we need is we need to connect to our MongoDB client. We do not need this console log for just showing us that our connection was successful. So I'm going to get rid of that. As you can see, we are within a try finally block. So try is going to connect to our database, and the finally block is going to ensure that the client is closed to free up resources. So you need to connect. If you want the connection to be successful, you need to connect. And once you close your database, you need to make sure the client is closed so there are no connection leaks, which could crash our app or crash our database. And now we do not need this one as well. So as you can see here, all of this is separate. We have basically three blocks of code. We have one URI, we have one client, and then we have one function. What I want to do is I want to create a function whose name is easier to understand and put all of these inside of that function. So I'm going to go to the top. But before doing that, let's convert this syntax to the newer ES6 syntax. We don't use require anymore. So I'm just going to get rid of require. And instead of that, I'm going to say from. I'm going to get rid of these parentheses. And this is not going to be const. This is going to be import. There we go. So this is how you change common JS modules to ES6 ones. So I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it connect to DB for good measure, right? Connect to DB, it makes sense. Now, since this database connection has to be an asynchronous one, it means it should be non-blocking. It means it is going to take a few milliseconds in order for this to actually work. And we need to make sure that we're not blocking the flow of the app. So we're going to make, if you want to keep this in mind, if you want to talk to a database, you want to talk to backend, you want to read some resources from the database, you want to do any kind of HTTP method, all of them have to be asynchronous. So inside of here, I'm going to basically grab these two, cut them, and put them right in there. And I'm going to store that. And then we no longer need this function. We just need the try finally block from there. And I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to get rid of this function. So now what we have is we have this function that says connect to DB. We have our connection string. We have our MongoDB client. We have the try finally block. Next up, what I want to do is actually be able to add stories to our MongoDB database. So the way that we are going to go about this is going to be very simple. We're going to go ahead and we're going to install an extension that is called MongoDB. So this is the extension. You can just go ahead and install this, MongoDB for VS Code. And after the installation, let me come right here, and we're going to do Control-Shift-P. And in here, basically what I did was Control-Shift-P. All right. So in here, we're going to say MongoDB connect here with connection string. So where is our connection string? Here is our connection string. But you need to keep in mind that you need to pass your username, as you can see here, and your password as well. So I'm going to paste in my connection string, and I'm going to go to the start of it here. So now I should come right here, get my username, pass it in here. There we go. And get my password, pass it right here. There we go. So I have my username, my password. I'm going to hit enter. And you can see in the bottom, it says MongoDB connection successful. There we go. Oh, it just went away. So it was on the bottom. It was right here. It said MongoDB connection successful. Let me close this env file. Now we're going to populate our MongoDB with our basic data. So we have 15 stories, and with our in the final route handler, we created 5 users, and any of the users, they had voted for some stories. So what we're going to do is we are going to say Control-Shift-P once more, MongoDB, and in here we're going to say create MongoDB playground. So I just click there. So here's our playground. I am going to get rid of these comments on the top and the up above. I am going to get rid of this array. So here we have this, select the database to use. We could use a different name. So I'm going to say, for this one, I'm going to say Next.js story voter. Now, I need to check something so I don't make a mistake. Let's go to the browser. So if I take a look at my projects, you can see I have one project that's called Next.js story voter. This is the project for our completed application. Sorry for the flash. And it has these collections. So this is my completed app. And you can see the database name is Next.js story voter. So this DB, I'm going to say Next.js story voter -app. So it is going to say Next.js story voter app. All right. And the connection string that we added, let me go to our db.ts. It said cluster 0, and we basically added the credentials for this one. So I'm gonna rename this project, and let's go to view all projects. Sorry for the flash. So here we have Next.js, new project XXX. Let me edit project name. Here I'm gonna say Next.js story voter app. So story voter app. I just renamed the project. And so this is going to be the project that we're working on currently. And this is going to be this Next.js story voter. This is going to be the completed project. So here is our Next.js story voter app. And we already have a cluster here. And what we can do, the cluster name is 0. What we can do is just add data to it. But we're not going to add data here using this UI. We're going to add data using our playground, right? So if I go to my playground, I have selected Next.js. Then this is going to be my database name. And I'm going to get rid of this entire array. And this is going to be db.getCollection. So what do I want the name of the collection to be? It's not going to be sales. It's going to be stories. And where are our stories? They are in this file, right? So I'm going to go to the top. I am going to select this entire array up until the end, but I'm not going to select that semicolon. I'm going to copy all of that, come to the playground, and I'm going to paste it right here. All right. So we have all of this, and what we can do is we can just collapse this entire thing. So we said, okay, I want to add all of these stories to my database. And you know what? I'm going to get rid of this entire thing. I don't need it anymore here. So what I want to do is I want to basically return something inside of the console stating that we have successfully added all of our stories to our MongoDB collection. All right. So we are going to create a database that will be called Next.js Story Voter App. Inside of the database, we're going to have a collection that's called, I could call it my hyphen stories. I could call it my stories. And then I am going to print a message just to say, okay, this process was successful, something like that. So I'm going to say console.log. And for this one, we're going to say db.getCollection. What is the collection? It is my hyphen stories. This is a string. And I'm going to say find all the stories. So I'm going to pass in an empty object. So an empty filter like this object inside of the find method is used to see all of the entries. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this button that says run all or selection from the playground. This is just going to run the playground for us. So let's just run it. Yes. And there we go. It was successful. That's very good to see. Congratulations. You just added data to your database. So we have, now you need to keep in mind that our stories already had IDs. They already had, all of our stories, they had IDs. But then this ID is also added by MongoDB. So then now each of the stories has 2 IDs. That's story 1, 2, 3, just to confirm all of them, 4, 5, 6, all the way to story number 15. And we don't just send the ID of the stories, we send the name, the image, the description, everything. Close that. And now if I come here and if I reload our page, there we go. You can see, and now it says browse collections. So if I click on browse collections, this will have created our Next.js Story Voter app. This is the app that we're working on, and this is our completed app. The difference is that app word in the keyword and the name. And the collection that I created was my hyphen stories. Here it just says stories. So we created one collection. Let's go ahead and let's create another one. And if you're not familiar with what a collection is, it is, as the name suggests, it holds data. So a collection in MongoDB is like a table in NoSQL. Sorry, in SQL. MongoDB is NoSQL, but then SQL is SQL. So MongoDB stores data in this JSON format. That's why it's like more popular in web development area, because the API data format is already JSON and MongoDB works with JSON. So the integration is very, very seamless. The integration between MongoDB and our front-end or back-end applications. It's very seamless. As you saw, we didn't hit any errors. We didn't have any problems. And the reason for it is because MongoDB is very compatible with the kind of data that we're working with. So in our completed app, we have two different collections. One of them is responsible for showing all of the stories. The other one is responsible for showing all of the users and the stories that they have voted for. So we have the user with an ID of 111, 222, 333. Let me just turn on this, and I need to Control Z for these. There we go. And then we have 444, 5, as well as 6, right? This is our completed app. But in here, in the working app, you can see we don't have that collection, that voted stories collection. So let's go ahead and let's create that one as well. Creating that is very simple. So I'm going to close this. So we're going to use the same database, but do we use the same collection? No, we create a different collection. So I'm going to say voted, I could say user hyphen voted hyphen stories, right? Because I want this collection to be different from the completed app. The completed app says voted stories. I want this one to say the name should be different. So what do we do here? The first thing is we get rid of this entire array. And there we go. So we have this db.get collection, and we insert many items. These lines, except for this console log, this use, this is MongoDB syntax, db.collection, db, MongoDB syntax, get collection, MongoDB method, insert many, MongoDB method. The same goes here, but this find is a JavaScript one. So you can see how they are integrated together, but because the integration is seamless, you don't even think about, you don't even stop to think about, okay, which method comes from where, which functionality comes from where. It seems like they were built for one another. And that's exactly how that is. So we want to insert our voted stories. That's going to be the initial state. And that's basically inside of the users, this route. So we have all of these. I'm going to copy them. I'm going to come to my playground. Now, this should be an array, right? So I'm going to pass in the square brackets, pass that in there. But I need to specify what this 111 is. So I am going to select all of these. I'm going to do Alt-Shift-I. This is going to create a line at the end of all of these. I'm going to hit Enter. And then I'm going to hit the up arrow. And in here, I'm going to write user ID is going to be 111. After these three numbers, I'm going to get rid of the colon. I'm going to add a comma. I'm going to select all these three numbers, add quotes. Now, I am going to come down, get rid of the space, and select this entire thing and add square brackets, right? And after adding square brackets, I'm gonna select all of the commas, cut them, put them at the end of the object. And I'm gonna save it. Oh, I should not save anything. So there we go. So we have user ID, 111, user ID, 222. The same goes to 555. And then, oh, I forgot to add something else. What is this array? So 111 is the user ID. The array is voted story IDs. So I could just select, I could select the user ID, right? And I could move forward. In here, I could say voted story IDs, because user could have voted for one or more stories. That's why I'm just going to add the story IDs. Now, just to make sure we have our database, we have this new collection. We want to insert many entries in there. Very good. And then we want to take a look at our entries just to make sure, using this console log, just to make sure that everything has worked correctly. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to say yes. It says nothing. DB user voted stories. It didn't cursor has more false comments. So let me just take a look at this. So we have an array of objects, right? So this is one object, and the entire thing is going to be an array for us. Let me take a look at our database. Let's hit refresh. We don't have any other collection. Everything seems to be okay in here. I don't see any typo, any problem with this. We grab our database, we create a new collection, and we insert all of these records in there. And the type is correct as well. So let me just run this again. Semicolon at 131. 1. Where did I miss a semicolon? Here. Let's add it. I don't think that's it. Oh, there we go. That was it. So we were able to do this. We have one object per one user. So we have user ID 111, and the voted story IDs, you can see it's an array of voted stories, correct? And the same goes for 222, 3, 4, and 5. Now, let's go to our database. Let's hit refresh. There we go. User voted story IDs. You could just take a look at. So initially, all of the users have voted for 3 stories. We have 135 for the first user, 222, 333, 444, and 555. So now, it doesn't matter how many times I refresh this page. I close MongoDB, I come back to it. It doesn't matter what I do, all of my data will be stored here. So what does this mean? It means if we, let me first just close this playground. We don't need it anymore. You don't have to save it. It is just a playground to basically implement this functionality for us, and then we just close it, and that's it. And you know how to create a playground as well, right? If you want to do something else to your data. So we have all of our data, the stories and the voted stories uploaded to MongoDB. What we need to do next is actually change our routes. So we have our current routes, all of them. So if I were to go to our stories route, this was the first one that we created, right? So this one, you can see it is talking to the stories.ts file, but we don't want it to talk to that. We want this get route handler to talk to our MongoDB, right? That's what we want this to do. We don't want it to talk to the stories. So our next step is to basically modify our route handlers. So we have 3 in total route handler files, but the functions themselves are a few more than 3. And the first one is the first route handler that we're going to modify has the job of listing all stories, aka a get method. And we want this route to not talk to our stories.ts file. We want it to, again, talk to our MongoDB. But first, we need to do some changes to our db.ts file. And in here, we need to make sure that we make this connection to our database as efficient as possible. So in order to do that, I'm going to create 2 more variables, and I'm going to explain all of them. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to create one variable that is going to be cached client. The type of this is going to be Mongo client and or null. And initially the type of this is going to be null. And I'm going to create another variable that's going to be cached DB. And the type of this is going to be DB that I'm just going to import from MongoDB, or null. And initially the type of this is going to be null. So the reason that we created these is we want these values to persist whenever we whenever we make any connection to our database. Now, if we want these values to stay updated across the board, we need to cut these and we need to put them as outside the function. Why? Because once we have a MongoDB client, every time we make a request to our database, we don't want to create a new MongoDB client. We want to grab the client that we have already created, and that's why we say we have the cached client. So caching is one of the most difficult topics in software engineering in total. But in this scenario, what it basically means is that we want to optimize our connection. So basically, in serverless or in server contexts like Next.js, route handlers, they might run on every request, and they might create a new database connection each time. Caching, what it does is it's going to prevent hitting MongoDB connection limits and improve our performance. So once we create a client has several information or configurations with it. And every time we talk to our MongoDB database, we reuse all of those information that we have already established. It's not like we make a connection to the database and we go through this process of creating a new MongoDB client every time. We create it, we cache it, and then we use it. That's why we put it outside of the function, so we can use it across the board for all of our route handlers. That's why we do it. Now let's go ahead and let's use our cached client as well as cached DB. So I'm going to get rid of this try finally block. We know we don't need this anymore. So here we actually connect to our MongoDB database, and then we save that connection. So this is going to be cached client. This is going to be equal to the client. And then we need to store our database connection as well inside of this cached DB. So I'm going to grab the cached DB and I'm going to say client. On the client, if I do a dot, I see all of the methods. I'm going to select the database. And what is the database name? Well, if you have forgotten what the database name is, you can just click on this leaf and it is going to show you the databases. There we go. So in our current project, in our current cluster, we have the admin, the config, and the local that we don't do anything about, but we have this database. You can see this icon. This icon is actually the database icon. So we have this Next.js story voter app, inside of which we have two collections, my stories, and then we have user voted stories. You can see we have 15 entries in there, and we should have 5 entries here as well. So the name of this is Next-js-story-voter-app. All right. So this is how you use cached client and cached DB. And now, what do we want to return from this function? It's not going to be await client.close. We're going to say return. What do we want to return? Now, keep in mind, we want to be able to use this connect DB function in our get route handlers, in our post endpoints, in our delete endpoint. So across the board, we want to be able to use this. So we are going to return client from this function. We're going to return our database, which is going to be client.db. And the name of this is this one. Whoops. Let me get rid of a couple of these quotes. And let's save it. And this should be it. So the way these, let me get rid of this leaf, come back to here. So the way these work, and let me just make this smaller. The way these cached client and cached DB, the way they work is we are going to check these whenever we make a call to our database. So we have the front end. Front end makes a request to the backend, to our route handlers, right? Route handlers are going to make a request to our database. Every time we make a request to our database, we are going to take a look at our cached client and cached DB. All right. And then if this connection exists, we are going to reuse it. We're not going to create a new connection. But if the connection doesn't exist, that means it's the initial instance or initial connection, then we are going to say, okay, we want a new connection to be created, and we are going to reuse that new connection for future basically calls, future API calls. All right. And these names, cached client and cached DB, they're actually very common. All right. So let's go ahead and let's actually grab our route handler. The route handler that is going to load all of the stories. And we need to get rid of this stories array, because this stories array was this stories.ts file that we no longer want to work with, but we want our route handler, which is this get endpoint. We want this to talk to our database. So again, Postman is going to make a request, which is our front end, to this route handler. Keep in mind, front end doesn't talk to database directly. It talks to route handler directly, and then route handler has some logic in order to talk to our database. And database talks back to the route handler, and route handler sends the response, as you can see here, back to the front end. So this is how the process is going to go forward. So I deleted these stories TS file from here. I'm going to import our connect to DB function. I just imported that here, and we're going to use that. So I'm going to go on here. So how are we going to connect to our database? The first thing that we need to do is we need to establish this connection, right? And we know that from our function connect to DB, we have access to something called DB. And since all of these database connections are asynchronous, they return a promise. We need to await that promise. Okay, so this is going to create a connection to our database. And then from this connection, what do we want? Let's think about it. What is the job of this route handler? The job of this route handler is to load all stories indiscriminately. So we do not basically filter stories based on user ID. We do not filter them based on IDs, based on being voted or not. We just load all of the stories. So how do we do that? Well, we first create a variable and we call it stories. And this name is going to match the response that we send back to the client. And since we talk to database, we need to await that. So I'm going to say DB collection. And what do I pass in here? What is the name of the collection? Let's go to our database. So we have two collections. I want to load all of the stories. Which collection should I select? Voted ones or my stories? Well, I'm going to select this my stories, right? So I could just copy the name, come right here, pass it. So I selected my stories. Now I need to define how I'm going to select the stories. Basically, I selected the collection, not the stories. Now I need to define how am I going to select stories? Well, I want to find all of the stories. So I'm going to pass in an empty filter. And then I'm going to convert it to an array. Why? Because this stringify expects an array. And our initial route handler, it had the stories. And if you take a look at this, go to the top, you can see this is an array right here. So we just make sure, okay, I should go here. We need to make sure that this is converted to an array. Now, if I hover on it, you can see it's something that has a type of an array. And that's it. That should be it, right? And the response, you don't change. You just change where you want to take the response from and send it to the front end. So the response itself is something that goes to the front end, but where the response is coming from, it just changed from a local simple database to the MongoDB Atlas database. And now if I come right here, let's go ahead, and I feel like our server is down, right? So I need to say npm run dev. Let's load our server again. There we go. Our server is up. Now that our server is up, we can make a call to that API endpoint. So which API endpoint it is? Well, it might be a little bit confusing, especially if you're doing this, if this is the first time you're doing it. So you go to Postman and you forget, okay, where should I make a request? Where is that endpoint? Where is that like URL? Okay, so what you do is you go back to your code and you trace your steps backwards. So you have this API folder, all right, and then you have the stories. So you know that it's going to be localhost /API and then /stories. And that's it. Because we talk about this route.ts, which is directly inside of the stories. That's how you trace back your steps. So again, we go API, we get rid of all of this, and we just say stories. And then you might forget, okay, what was the HTTP method? You go back to your code and you see the function name says get. So you say, okay, get. And now, does it have body? Nothing. Now you can just click on params or body as long as it is none. And send a request. And we get an error. 500 internal server error. So let's see, we have 3001 API stories. That's correct, right? Here we have MongoDB. Await connect to DB. We set stories db.collection, my stories.find. That's the correct. Let me take a look at, okay, so I'm going to close this. Let's go to here. MongoDB. Next.js. Everything should be working properly. So I was able to find out what the problem was. The problem was the location of this env.local file. So this env.local was inside of the app folder, right? And that was why this connection, this db.ts configuration wasn't able to read our connection string. So as soon as I just got this, put it inside of the next story. Do not put it inside of the .next file, just put it inside of the big directory, which is called next-story. Say move, and now we're going to collapse next and app. You can see these are on the same level. And there is another mistake here as well. This lib should also be outside of this app, and it should be inside of this next story. And we're going to update imports for the lib as well. So now what do we have? We have our .next file, .app, we have not .app, we have the app directory, we have the lib, node modules, the public, which contains all of the images, and then we have the .env local. So it should be on the same level as the git ignore, inside the main directory for this project. So the main project is inside of the next story, and there we go, we have all of our code right here. All right, so now this is going to work for us. We need to save this as well. And you can see it just worked. I made a request just to make sure everything works, and there we go. The problem was the location of the .env.local file. It should be on the same level as the app. It should not be nested within the app. And this lib.tx, it should also not be nested within the app folder. And there we go, that's solved. And the first route handler also works. Now you can see these stories that are not coming from our stories.ts, but they're coming from our database. You can see this ID basically underscore, ID. This is coming from our MongoDB. So all of these stories are coming from MongoDB. So if we change anything, like if we have a user vote for a new story, we create a new user and add stories. Like 666 doesn't have any stories voted for. But if you do that and we change our server connection, server is going to restart, but we're not going to lose our information because this is coming from our database. Very good, right? So the first route handler has been completed. For the second, I'm going to There is one more thing that I need to do inside of this db.ts, and then we're going to actually jump and we're going to talk about our second route handler modification. So we didn't actually say that if we have any cached client inside of this db.ts file, if we have any cached client and cached db, we want to use them. So we're going to basically run a very simple if statement, cached client. I forgot to implement this. And if we have our cache DB, then we do not want to create a new connection. We just want to return an old cached connection. In that connection, our client is going to be cached client and our DB is going to be cached DB. And that's the last thing that I'm going to do in here. So I'm going to close this. And where do you think we need to go next? So the way we handled our route handlers was we first created a route handler to load all of the stories. We already fixed that and we modified it to work with our MongoDB database. The second route handler was to load individual stories. That was also a GET request. So we need to go inside of the API, stories, ID, and route.ts. Now we need to make sure that this get endpoint, it talks to our database rather than talking to our stories.ts file. And implementing this functionality is extremely simple since we already have everything in place. We just have to swap stories with our database. So what we're going to do here is we need to call our DB. So I'm going to go on top. I'm going to say const. We're going to grab DB from our await connect to DB function. There we go. I just imported that one as well. We are going to keep our URL parameters because URL parameters are responsible for defining or determining which story it is that we want to show. So we are going to keep these two lines, but we want our stories to come from our MongoDB database. So what I can do is I can just grab this entire thing, delete it, and I'm going to say await db.collection. So which collection it is that I want to target for my stories. It is going to be my stories. Now, from this collection, I just want to get one story. And which one is that going to be? Well, that's going to be the one for which user has sent me an ID. So I will know at this point that which story it is the user wants to show or display in the browser. And once the user clicks on it, I will be able to know the ID of that story. So when I say find one, I am going to grab that ID and I'm going to pass it right here. So we search inside of our collection, which is called My Stories, and we find the story that has this ID that we received from our request. So this is something that you need to know, that this story ID, this actually comes from our front end. That's what the user wants to see. And now we should be done in here. So let's go ahead and let's try to invoke this. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to get rid of our stories array, and that should be it. So once we send a response to the front end, that should not change. It's the only thing that changes is where we get our data. So instead of getting the data from this TS file, we get it from our database. Let's go ahead and let's test this. So where do we send a request? Well, we need to send it to API/stories, and then which story it is that we want to load. So that specific story. So /, let's say I want to load the first story, and the HTTP method is going to be get method. Let's send this. And let's wait for it. There we go. We got the first story. We can take a look at the preview of that. There we go. And we know that this is coming from database because we have this entry, this ID. This is something that we did not have inside of our TS file. This is something that is coming from MongoDB. Very cool. So this route handler is also completed. The next one that I want to talk about is what if we want to send back stories that users have voted for? So if you were to take a look at our database, we have these user voted stories collection. And in there, currently we have 5 users, and here are their IDs. And each of these users, they have voted for 3 stories. Let's say we want to show these, so we want to load these up as well. Now, if we want to load these stories, what kind of an HTTP method will that be? Well, that's going to be a get one, because we don't want to change in any data. We just want to load some voted stories. And already that we have created the route handlers for them. So I'm going to click on the stories folder. So it is just collapsed, and I'm going to click on the users to expand it, and I'm going to double click on the route.js file, route.ts file within the voted stories. Let's grab that. So we are done in here. I'm just going to close it. And now let's talk about this one. So in here, we have the first route handler, which is going to show the voted stories. We have the second one, which is a post method, which is going to vote for stories. And the third one, which is going to unvote stories. And now we're going to implement these one by one. And the response that we send to the front end, that's going to stay the same. We're just going to target or basically modify where these route handlers, they get their data from. And let's get started with this one. So here on the top, the first thing that I'm going to do inside of our get function is to call our database. So I'm going to say await connect to DB. Let's import that as well. And then from here, we're going to grab the DB or the database. Let's initialize that as well. So what do we receive from our parameters? From the parameters, we have the ID. What is this ID? That's the user ID. So if we want to show stories, voted stories, depending on any specific user, we need to know the ID of that user. So we can show only the stories that are relevant to that user. All right. So here we have our user ID, and then we have all of the stories that this specific user has voted for. Now, the thing with this route handler is that here on line 28, what we're doing is we're actually taking a look at an object that we have already created, and that object is called voted stories. And where is this voted stories? It's right here. Now, when we are trying to read data from the database, are we worried about this one? Do we care about this voted stories? No, we don't, because we have already basically persisted all of this to our database. So it's time for us to actually comment this out. I'm just going to comment this out, and we're going to basically read voted stories from our database. And I'm going to comment out the type as well. Now here, let's comment out this line, and I'm going to go below that, and I'm going to say, I'm going to create a new variable. I'm going to call it user votes. You could call it user voted story IDs, but I don't want these two names to be the same. And I'm going to say await. Let me just say user votes, await. We have our database, db.collection, and to find out which collection I need, I could just click on my vote. Just make sure that your current connection to your MongoDB cluster is up and running. So if I come right here and I click on this database, here we have user voted stories. So I'm gonna click here and I'm gonna type user -voted -stories, because I'm talking about that here, right? Let me click there. So what do we want to get from here? Well, we want to find out the voted stories for one individual user. Which user is that going to be? That's going to be the user who has sent the request. And how do we know which one that is? Well, once user makes that request, user will also send their ID. So we're going to say find one, based on what? Or depending on what? Depending on the user ID. Let's save that. And now instead of this, user voted story ID is equal to undefined, we're going to say if user has not voted for anything, we want to send a simple empty array. This if statement, if you recall, this was for any user like 666 who has not voted for any of the stories. So we just send an array. We don't want our application to crash. And now that we're talking about user votes, if I hover on this, you can see we have either this type or we have null, depending on if the user has voted or not. So here, this logic that we basically start to send all the stories depending on the IDs, this actually comes from our TypeScript file, and we don't want this. So I could delete this. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to start fresh. So we have our user votes. On the user votes, we have something that's called voted story IDs. And where is this coming from? So I should be able to show this to you. We have 5 documents inside of this collection, and inside of each of these, we just have the IDs. You know what? I should go to our MongoDB website, and I should be able to show that to you there. Here we go. So this is what I'm talking about. Voted story IDs. So voted story IDs is actually an array, and it has 3 items for user ID 444, and it has 3 items also for user ID 555. Why are we interested in this? Because this array includes all of the stories that any of the users has voted for. And now let's jump into our code. Let me close this one. So we have this voted story IDs on our user votes, and I'm going to store that inside of a variable, and I'm going to call it const voted story IDs. There we go. And now, what have we done so far? We have found out what are all the IDs for which any user has voted for. So all the stories. But so far, we just have the IDs. We should go through our database and find all the stories whose IDs match with these voted stories, and then send all of them to the front end. And for that, we're going to say await db.collection. Now, in the second time, which collection are we going to call? Well, we're going to call the stories collection, because we were able to select all the IDs, all the voted story IDs from the user voted stories collection. But the thing with this collection is that we don't have any story data. We don't have story names, story description, the image URL. We have nothing. The only thing that we have within this collection, so I'm talking about this collection, user voted stories, which is right here. The only thing that this contains is the ID of the user and the IDs of the stories that any specific user has voted for. Do we have any more information? No, but we do have the ID. So we cross-reference this ID with our My Stories collection, and whenever there is a match, we extract that story with all of its information and we send it to the front end. It's exactly like the way we handled this stories.ts, but it is the difference is that now we're talking about our database. So it is going to be my stories, db.collection my stories, and we want to find some stories. Now, here, what you need to keep in mind is we're not looking for one story. That's why we are not saying find one. We are saying it could be one story, it could be 2 stories. We don't know how many there are. But what we know is it's going to be an array of stories. So here I'm going to pass an ID, which is going to specify which story it is that we want to select. But we also need to go through that array to select all of the stories. So here we're going to use a MongoDB query operator, and it is called in, so $in. And the job of this is to match documents where a field's value is in a given what? Array. So what are the values that are going to be voted story IDs? And then we need to convert all of that to an array. So we're going to say to array right there. And there we go. We should be done in here. And the only thing remaining is we need to store this somewhere so we can send it to the front end. And I could just store it within this variable. I could say const this variable equality sign. And now we have successfully been able to implement the get. Well, we don't know for sure if it has been successful, but we have implemented that. And you can see we have a lot of errors because I commented out this voted stories. And in order for us to get rid of all the errors, I'm just going to comment out these two route handlers. I could comment them out separately, and we're going to come back to them momentarily. Save all of that. So let's go ahead and make a call. So where do we want to send our call? Now keep in mind, we want to take a look at voted stories. So it's going to be /API/users and then any specific user ID. We're going to say 111, and then we want to take a look at the voted stories for this user. And I said that when user makes a call, user is going to send their ID, and there we go. So we select this ID to basically filter our database and find out what stories this user has voted for. And now let's send this, and there we go. You can see the status is okay, and we know for sure that this is coming from our database. How do we know that? Because we have this extra field with this _ID. So this is something that MongoDB has injected into our database. The rest of this, we actually put persisted to our database from our stories.ts file, and the existence of this column specifies that all of this is coming from our database. We can take a look at the JSON format, and we're going to see the same _ID. We could just send requests to other users if you want to, but what if we send a request to a user who has not voted any of the stories? What are we going to receive? We're going to receive an empty array. There we go. Now, so we have been able to successfully implement this get endpoint. I'm going to copy this connection, and I'm going to jump into our post endpoint. Let's go ahead and uncomment this one. So within our post endpoint, you know that what we are going to do is we're going to vote for individual stories, but we need to know which user wants to vote for which story. At one point in time, we are going to have one user vote for one story. So these are the constraints. I'm going to make a connection to our DB, and we're going to grab the database from there. We're going to keep this user ID. This is how we're going to select our user ID. We're going to keep our body the way it is, as well as this story ID. So these are going to work the same way because these 4 lines, they come with our request. They have nothing to do with the database. That's why we don't manipulate it. Within the route handlers, now that we are making some adjustments, we just want to implement or basically manipulate the parts where our route handler is talking to a data source. If the data source is stories.ts, we want to swap that with the data source that is MongoDB Atlas or MongoDB. So other parts that have nothing to do with this communication with the data source directly, we're not going to make changes there. We're just going to leave it as it is. And this is an example that these 4 lines basically carry because they come from the front-end request. They have nothing to do with our data source. We don't touch them. We're just going to leave it as it is. But this part, you can see there is a ton of errors because we have commented out our voted stories object up above. So these lines, they no longer work. We need to come up with another way of actually finding out a couple of things. One of those things is, 1, if user has already voted for some stories and user wants to vote, let's say 555 has voted for 3 stories and 555 wants to vote for a 4th story. Then we keep all the 3 stories and we concat the 4th one into that existing array. So that's the first scenario. The second scenario is our user 666 who has not voted for any of the stories. Therefore, we want to create a new array like this. And we are going to say, okay, that first vote is going to be the first entry inside this array. And let's go ahead and let's implement this. So the first thing that I'm going to do is delete all these lines. These have nothing to do with our MongoDB. They have everything to do with our stories.ts. So I'm just going to get rid of them. And now, how are we going to do this? Well, we need to make a connection to our DB. So we're going to say db.collection, which stories it is that we are interested in. Now, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to find out which stories users have already voted for. So these are going to be user-voted-stories. There we go. And we want to find one and update. So we find one entry. Let's say we talk about user 555. User 555 has an entry in the database. Let's take a look at the entry. Here is 555. The entry is 9, 15, and 14. So do we find this and update it, or do we find this and delete it? We find it and update it. Why do we update it? Because this user has already voted for 3 stories, so user wants to vote for a 4th one. We just add the 4th one here, and in the process, we update this. So we find it and update it. That's why this query is like find one and update. And I should put this on the next line. So I'm going to say find one and update. And how do we find this? Well, the first thing that I'm going to pass in here is going to be the user ID. Let me hit enter. This is going to be the user ID. This is going to determine which user it is. So we know that which array we need to select. Then we have the other field. Now here we have 2 different queries. We could use the push one, or let me just put it inside of curly braces. We could use the push query, or we could use the add to set. Both of these are MongoDB syntax. The difference between this is if we use push, that is going to allow us to end up with duplicate entries. But if we use add to set, this is going to ensure no duplicates. All right. And what do we want to push into our database? We want to grab our voted story IDs, and we want to push to it, or we want to add to the set one new entry. Which entry is that? Well, we have already selected the ID of that entry. So we pass it right here. Now, remember, since we talk about our voted stories, the only thing that this collection needs is a user ID and then a story ID. Since this collection, voted stories, it just have users and it just has IDs for users and for stories. But once we talk about our My Stories collection, not only will we have IDs, but we will have the story name, description, and all the other information. All right. So that's why you might be asking, okay, why do we send story ID to this collection? Because this collection can only handle that. That's why we send story ID in there. All right. And once I make this call, it's going to make perfect sense to you. So we have completed this one, and let's move forward. There are going to be a couple of things that we need to insert, or basically write. That's going to be configuration. So we're going to say assert is going to be equal to true. And the job of this is we want to say that if there is no matching story, MongoDB will add the missing data. All right. If we set this to true, MongoDB is going to add data for us. And the other one is return document after we have updated that. So do you want to have the document updated, returned before you update it or after you update it? And what do I mean by update? It's that user 555 who wants to vote for a new story. So we want to show all the stories after that new entry has been added. And now let's store this inside of a variable as well. And I'm going to call this const updated stories. Save that. There we go. Everything is arranged. Now, we now have the user ID and all the IDs of the stories that this user has voted for. If you remember, once we implemented the voting functionality for any story and we send a request, what was received from the server was all of the stories for any individual user. So currently we have all the IDs. So we cross-reference all of these IDs with another collection in our database, which is my stories. And we find out all of the stories who have these IDs so we can send them to the front end. All right. So we're going to say const. Now above we had updated stories, or I could say updated story IDs. That's updated voted story IDs, because this is just going to contain all the IDs. It's not going to contain complete stories. Here we have user voted stories. All right. So all of the voted stories are here. We're going to say await db.collection. Where is the collection? What is the collection that contains all the information for all the stories? It is the my stories collection. And what do we want to get from there? Well, we want to find a specific array from there. Let's pass in the ID. And how do we want to find it? Well, we grab our inquiry. So that's going to take a look at inside of an array. And we want to grab all of these from this collection. But what do we want to grab from there? It is going to have all the IDs. So we're going to say voted story IDs. And in case you're wondering, okay, where is this voted story IDs is coming from? That one we already have inside of our database. There we go. Voted story IDs. So possibly null. We could just suppress this by doing this. Very good. And let's convert this to an array. And let's save this. So we should have everything we need. So just to go over this once more, we have all of the IDs that any of the users have voted for. And depending on these IDs, we find all the stories from another collection. And then we send all of those stories to the front end. And that's it. That's it. That's the only thing that we do. Okay, very good. This is working too. So now let's come right here. And how do we actually vote for a story? The first thing is that we need to select that HTTP method. We need to go to the body. So we want to select our 555 user. So 555 user, I'm not sure how many stories this user has voted for. So first I'm going to load all of the stories for this user. If I go to pretty, we have 9, 14, and 15. So there are only 3 entries. All right. Let's say this user, 555, wants to vote for story 11. So I'm going to go to raw. I'm going to select JSON. And how did we do it when we tested that? We said story ID 11, right? And the HTTP method is going to be it's going to be post, not get. So far we have 3 stories. There we go. You can see just 3. And I'm going to send a request. And it says 201 created. And there we go. It's right here. There we go. We added this one. So now, even though we don't have to make like a GET request, because once we create a story on the backend, we fetch all of the existing stories, voted stories for this user. So this is what I meant by actually sending from the backend our user voted stories. All right. So this is very simple to understand. We find all the story IDs for any individual user who has voted for them. And then we send all those stories or all the completed stories that specific user has voted for to the front end, right? And now let's grab our user 666. Maybe they want to vote for user 11 as well. Previously, it was that this user hadn't voted for any of the stories. Now, this user has voted for story number 11. So this route handler has also come to an end. Let's go ahead and let's modify the final route handler. And the final route handler is responsible for unvoting stories. And the HTTP method for it was the delete HTTP method. So here, the first thing that I'm going to do is grab our DB connection, put it on the top, save this. We no longer talk with our in-memory object as well as the stories.ts file. So I'm going to delete both of them and modifying this. And modifying this route handler is going to be very easy for us because we have already implemented the post event handler or the post request, and this is going to look a lot like that. So for that, you know what? I'm going to select these two database query, these two database logics. I'm just going to put them here. So the first one says that we have updated voted story IDs. We want to find, first off, we say db.collection because we want to take a look at all of the voted stories. Now, you need to keep in mind, what is this route handler and what do you want to do with this? This route handler is called delete. That means I want to talk to my database in order to unvote an existing story. So the story that I want to unvote, I should have voted for that in the first place, all right? So what I'm basically doing is I am selecting my user voted stories and I'm updating this collection. What is the difference between this update and the update that I did in the post method? Well, in the post method, the update that I did was I added to this an ID because I voted for a new story. But in the delete, in this one, right here, in this one, we update it by removing one entry from it because we want to unvote a story. So from that array of voted stories, we remove one entry. That means we have unvoted a specific story. But at the end of the day, both of them are updating that existing array of voted stories. So how do we do this? Well, we first off select our user voted stories here, user voted stories collection, and then we find an entry depending on the user ID, because user ID is very important, right? We need to know which user wants to unvote one of their stories. And then instead of saying add to set, because add to set is going to add an entry to that array, but we want to pull one entry from that array. We're going to say pull from the array. And then we're going to basically say which story ID it is that we want to pull from the array. This assert true and return document is going to stay the way it is. And here we do have an error, and that is basically a type error. And this is basically saying that user voted, this voted story IDs is incompatible with the index signature. Type string is not assignable to partial any. What this basically means is that we need to type annotate our collection in here. And we need to specify what kind of entries or properties or members this collection actually includes. So I'm going to show you how to do that. This is going to be interface. I could call it voted story collection, voted story collection, and this is going to have two members, right? Remember, how do I know it has two members? Well, I can take a look at my database. It has a user ID. I'm going to put it there. And what is the second one? The second one is voted story IDs. And let's put it there. So what is the type of user ID? It is string. What is the type of user voted story IDs? We know that it is an array that contains only strings. There we go. So now I'm going to select this type. I'm going to come right here in front of this collection, and I'm going to type annotate this collection with that. And there we go. The error is gone. Save everything. So what we did was we basically, we had to enforce this type annotation in order for this poll to work. And here we go. It worked perfectly fine. So next up, what we do is we basically, again, send all the stories, all the remaining stories that the user has voted for. So in case of our user 555, right? Let's load all the stories that this user has voted for. And you know there are going to be 4 stories. We have story 9, 11, 14, and 15. Let's say this user wants to unvote story 9. So how many voted stories will remain after that operation? 3. What are those? 11, 14, and 15. And the result of the delete operation or the delete method is going to be to send back stories 11, 14, and 15. But what happened to 9? Well, we left it behind, right? So we don't send it again because user unvoted that story. Once user unvotes it, that means user doesn't want to see it anymore. So we leave it behind. All right, so there we go. Let me take a look at I just remembered something. Post. This is our post method, right? Okay, we completed that. This is our, let me just collapse this post one so it's not confusing. We completed the get, we completed the post, and here is the delete one. And we were right here. So here we have all of the updated voted story IDs. After we have all of these, we want to send all of the stories that match these IDs back to the front end. And I just talked about that, right? So there we go, we just send them. And the status code for this one is going to be 202 and the rest is going to be the same. Let's come right here. So we're going to go with our 555 user who wants to unvote one of their initial stories, which is 9. So I'm going to pass in 9 there. And I need to make sure this is a delete request. Now, let's send this. And there we go. Now, this user has only 11, 14, and 15 as story IDs. What happened to 9? Well, the user doesn't want to see 9 anymore, but we still send all of the remainder of the voted stories. But what if user, this 555, keeps unvoting all of their stories? Let's say next up they unvote story 11. Now we just have 14 and 15. Next up they unvote story 14. We just have story 15 here. And finally they unvote story 15 as well. What do we have? We just have an empty array. But what if now user tries to unvote something? So what do we get? We still get an empty array. Because user doesn't have any voted stories, we send an empty array. And now let's take a look at our database. I'm going to go up and I'm going to refresh this. And once I go down to our user 555, what did happen here? Take a look at this. It says array is empty because user 555 unvoted all of their stories. And it doesn't matter if I close the app, make some changes to my server, this data is persisted. This user doesn't have any voted stories anymore. But what if they change their mind and they vote for a story? Then we need to change this HTTP method to post and then send it again. And there we go. User has voted for story 15. And maybe they want to vote for story 10 as well. So 10 and 15. Come right here, refresh this. And now you can see this array has 2 entries, 15 and 10. So the first one was 15, the second one is 10. Very cool, right? So with this, our final route handlers modification has come to an end as well. And the next step for us is actually to start connecting our front end with our back end. Basically, we want to load data on the front end, and we're going to start with our stories page, and then we are going to start with the individual stories. So in the same manner, stories page, individual stories page, voted stories, and then the voting, unvoting functionality. And finally, we are going to style our application. So let me collapse this API folder, and we are going to jump into the stories page. So now this is the front end. How do I know? Because it says page.tsx. So in here, instead of talking to our stories .ts file, we want to talk to our backend. So in here, what we are going to do is we're going to use the fetch method, and the fetch is going to be a built-in inside of Next.js that is going to be used for data fetching. And what do I mean by data fetching? So this fetch is going to talk to our route handler, and then route handler is going to talk to our database. And what is going to be this communication? Well, this is going to be different depending on what kind of a fetch method we want to create. So the first one is going to be to load all of the stories. So if I want to load all of the stories on the front end, I need to talk to the route handler responsible for loading all of the stories. And which route handler was that? That was the one located inside of this stories, right? So this page.tsx from here now wants to communicate with this route.ts. Page.ts wants to communicate with this route.ts to ask for all of the stories, load all of the stories, right? And you know what this is, we already talked about it. So instead of doing that, we want to select stories from there. Now, the way this works is we are going to grab our fetch method, and then fetch is going to require a URL to which URL you want to send this request. Now, generally what it is that we are doing is we are trying to replace Postman again with our, basically replace Postman by our frontend. So initially, once we created the route handlers, we said, okay, Postman is our frontend. And now we say our route handlers are perfect. They work with the database. They handle everything beautifully. We no longer need Postman. Instead of Postman, let's try to make sure our front-end pages, they talk with our backend route handlers, so we end up with a full stack application. So let's delete the middleman from here. So I just close Postman because we no longer need it. It is time for us to set up front-end to talk to backend. So if I want to grab all of my stories, well, I shouldn't have closed it. I could show you some stuff from Postman, so you know that, okay, Postman was a replacement for our frontend. So if you remember correctly, this is how we were able to load all of the stories from our frontend. So I could just send a request, and you're going to see we're going to have all of our stories. So this URL, how did we get this URL? Well, we got it from the API. So we had /API/stories, right? There we go. And now we have this API. So I'm going to copy this, copy it. I'm going to come to this fetch, and I'm going to put it in that fetch. That's it. So this is going to be talking to a backend. Therefore, this is going to be we need to await this. And once we await something inside of a function, the function has to be an async function. Very good. Let's store this inside of a variable that we're going to call response, right? And then now we have gotten our response. But what is it that we're actually interested in? We are interested in our stories. So I'm going to delete our stories that we have selected from the stories.ts from there. And now we can see it is yelling at me that I cannot find the stories. So let's define that. I'm going to say const stories. This is available on our response, but we need to convert it to what? To JavaScript objects. Since this conversion is going to give us a promise, we're going to await that promise as well. And that's it. That is it. That's the only thing you needed to do here. And now if I go to my front end, and if I go to the stories, these stories that you see here, they no longer come from our stories.ts file. They come from our database. Very cool, right? To reload the page, they're still going to come from our database. All right, so the first one is complete. The second page was to load individual stories. And where is that? It's this page.tsx inside of this ID. Let me double click on it. Which one was the route handler responsible for loading individual stories? Which one was that? It was the one, again, the same pattern, you can see. So here I have ID and then page.tsx. and here I have ID and then route.ts, the same pattern. So here is this GET request, which was responsible for displaying one individual story. And how could it display one individual story? Well, that was something that we sent as a request to our backend, the ID of that one individual story, and our backend sifted through our database and it sent that one individual story. But how do we implement this? Well, let's first go to the Postman. In here, let's say that individual story is number 3. Let's send this. There we go. Here is our object. This is something that is coming from our database. As you can see, this ID. So here is the URL to which we should make a fetch request. So let's copy that URL. And where should I put this? I could go beneath the params. That would be better. So I'm going to say const response, the same manner, response await, and then fetch. Where is the URL? Here is the URL. But do I want to type like hard code this 3? User might want to see story 4, 5, 6. This should be dynamic. So instead of saying 3, I'm going to get rid of that 3 and I'm going to add on to it whichever story user clicks on. And how do I find that out? I say ID. And this ID, it comes from our parameters, as we talked about that before. So here we have on line number 12, we read that specific story from our stories.ts file. Where is that? It is right here. We read it on line 12. But let's get rid of this. So there is an error, so we can fix it. So now we have, now in the stories page, we had a variable that was named stories because we had 15 stories. But in here, it's singular because we talk about one story. And how do we find it? Well, the story is wrapped inside of our response. So we grab our response, convert it to JavaScript object, and await this. And this should be it. Save this. And let's come right here. Now, if I click on any of the stories, the result of this is actually coming from our database. For example, let's jump into our database. Let me just, yeah, it could be there. So let me select one of the stories. This Galaxy's Worst Navigator. I'm going to double click after the navigator. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to update this, right? I'm going to come to our website. Now it should say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as soon as I refresh the page. There we go. See? So this is what I mean by this story coming directly from our database. Let's revert it back. Just something so you are sure that this is coming from a database, from our database. And now let's reload the page and that is going away. So you can see that these pages are being implemented correctly, right? So this was the second one. What about the third one? Well, in the third one, in the third page, we talk about voted stories. And once we talk about voted stories, we have the ability to load. So here we have 3 route handlers. 1, to load all of the voted stories. 2, to vote for a story. 3, to unvote a story. So what we need to do is we need to split this page into 2 parts. One part is going to be what's involved with our use state. So we change whatever it is on the browser. The other part is going to be the data fetching part that is going to talk to our backend. So in here, inside of this voted stories, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this. This is actually going to be a component and I'm going to call it voted stories list. Now keep in mind, this is not stories list, but voted stories list. All right. So this is all the stories that the user has voted for. In here, I'm going to say export default function, and this is going to be voted stories list what do we want to do in here? We basically select everything that we have inside of this page. So this section element, let's cut this. I'm going to come back to that. So I'm going to say return, put it right here and save it. We need to import our image. I just imported that. We need to import our link as well. So we need to have our voted stories here, but let me see here. So what do we want to do inside of this return? We want to call this component inside of return. So let's just do that. I'm going to say voted stories list, right? I just called that. And what do I want to pass to this component? Well, I need to pass all of my voted stories, and I need to, and that's going to be my initial state. So the initial state of the app is whatever is inside of this user voted stories. That's going to be the initial state, but I don't want to write all of this. So it should be, there should be a way for us to pass this as an object. So I'm going to say initial user voted stories. And what is this going to be? This is going to be our voted stories. Now, where do we get this voted stories from? Let me delete this use state. And then here we have our voted stories. I need to get rid of our link and our image. And I'm going to get rid of this use client. I'm going to get rid of this use state. Here we're reading all of our stories, right? Let me get rid of that as well. Let's save everything. It doesn't rearrange that. I would like to rearrange this. So we need to pass in this voted stories. Well, where are we going to get this? Well, this is available on our database, right? So we need to, the only thing we need to do is make a fetch request to our route handler, and our route handler is going to get that from our database. But which route handler it is that we want to fetch this? What is this page going to do? For now, this is going to basically load all of the voted stories. So this is a GET request. How did we do it in Postman? Well, we said API users / user ID. So for example, 111, and then voted stories. So this is how we did it in Postman. And this is exactly how we're going to do it inside of our page.tsx. So here we're going to say const response await fetch. And now here is where you need to determine which user you want to select. And since we don't implement user authentication, we need to hard code the user ID. So you want to select these stories for user 111, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. It doesn't really matter. So that's why I'm just going to go with user 111. So I have gotten all of the stories, all of the voted stories for user 111 inside of the response. So let's grab our response and let's convert it to a JavaScript object, or basically parse it as a JSON. And that is going to contain our voted stories. So now that we have selected our voted stories, we no longer need this. And since this is await, this function should be async. This part is done. Now it is yelling about this because our voted stories list component does not accept this prop. So let's make sure that it accepts that prop. We're going to make sure that it accepts the prop and it destructures it at the same time. And now we are going to type, we need to type on it this. So what is going to be the type of this? Well, this is going to contain stories. What is the type of stories? It is going to be an array of story. And we could import this type from our stories. Now keep in mind, from our stories.ts file, we're not importing our stories, rather one story type, because both the stories and the type are within the same file. You could extract it and put it in any other file, but I'm just going to keep it there. So now we have this initial user voted stories. And let me just hit enter there. From these, what we want to select is going to be our voted stories. So we need to have our use state here, since this component is going to talk about our changing UI. What is going to be the initial state? It is going to be initial user voted stories. We're going to store that inside of this voted stories state variable. Now, so far, this state variable doesn't have a state setter function in order to set or basically calculate the next state. I'm going to come back to it later. For now, we just want to implement this. So what seems to be the problem here? It says initial user promise and missing following property from stored length, pop, push, concat, and 35 more. All right, so let me take a look at this. We said, okay, the type of this is going to be story. Voted stories, we get that here. And I think, oh, here we need to await this. See? So we are trying to access this response before it is actually being resolved. That's why it is saying, okay, I'm not sure if these are available. These array methods are available in there. I'm not sure. So once we say await, we wait until the basically that request is resolved or rejected. In this case, it's going to be resolved. And then we call all of those array methods, right? There we go. Now it knows that this initial user voted stories is an array. Previously, it wasn't sure if this was an array. All right. So this thing should be done. Let's jump into here. It says use state. Whoops. So here is our use state. We need to add that directive. Use client. Save this. Let's come right here, and there we go. So if I go back, if I go to our user voted stories, there we go. Now these stories are not hard-coded. They come from our database. Because we hard-coded 2 stories, now we have 3. And which user do these stories belong to? It's user 111. Let's say you want to change that. You change this to 666. Save this. Let's come here, reload the page, and there we go. So user 666 has voted for one story whose ID is 11. Let's go to our database. Let's take a look at 666, and there we go. The ID is 11. And now you can see it's feeding correctly from our database. And I could keep it at 666, whatever. At the end of the day, we're going to actually add more items for this specific user. So now that this part is done, let's move forward. And the next step that we want to implement is the functionality to vote and unvote stories. And that's going to be the last one. So far we implemented 3 loading functionalities or GET requests. The first GET request was to load all stories. The second GET request was to load individual stories. And the third GET request is to load voted stories. Now we want to load, we don't want to load, we want to basically implement the voting and unvoting functionality. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at our completed app because I need to talk about this. So here we have inside of our stories page, as you can see with this big title, here we have the functionality to vote for a story or to unvote a story. So inside of the stories page, but with our current implementation, if I go to my stories page.tsx, I don't have this functionality implemented here. Neither do I have it in the stories list component. So we need to change these 2 pages, these 2 files or components in order to have this functionality here. Okay? So we go to our stories page in order to vote or unvote a specific story, and then we go to our voted stories to do one thing, unvote. So in the stories page, we have 2 capabilities. We can either vote or unvote. So if we want to vote, that's a post request, remember. If we want to unvote, that's a delete request. So these 2 requests need to be handled inside of our stories page.tsx. Cool. inside of the voted stories page.tsx, we just need to handle unvoting, which is the delete request. First off, let's jump into the stories page and try to implement this. So I'm going to go to my stories page. We're going to keep whatever we did in there, but then we need to also take a look at the voted stories for any individual user. But that we need to be very careful, because if we have user 666 logged in, we need to make sure this, since we don't have any authentication yet, we don't have any authentication now, we need to make sure that if we show the voted stories for user 666 inside of our stories page.tsx, we need to make a fetch request for the same user. So inside of here, we should not make a fetch request for user 111. So it's going to be the same user across all of our components, because at each time there is just one user available across all of our website. All right. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. So I'm going to create a variable. This is very simple. Voted response. And we're going to make a fetch request. How do we do a fetch request for voted stories? Well, we already did that. There we go. Let me just copy all of that and put it right here. So you can see it's the same user, 666. And to this one, I'm going to add a configuration, and I'm going to say cache is going to be equal to no cache. And the job of this is basically, we don't want to serve a stored response outright. So we always want to revalidate with the original data that we have on the backend. So if user has voted, so let's say this user 666 has voted for one story, right? Let's go to our web page. It's this overachieving mushroom, the ID of which is 11. So if user goes to the stories page and they vote for another story, we need to update the stories page with that voted story as well. What do I mean? So let me unvote all of these ones. So we know that this is user, for example, 666, and they have voted for overachieving mushroom. In this page, do we see any other voted story? No, that's the only one. But do we see it? Yes, because the styles have been changed. But if this user votes for another story, we need to keep both of them here. That means we need to have an updated version of all the stories that this user has voted for. And that's why we say cache, no cache. All right, that's there. And then we want to show up all the voted stories. We want to display all of the voted stories. And where are they? They are going to be available on our voted response.json. And now I'm going to send all of these to my stories list component. And I'm going to say, this is going to be your initial voted stories. There we go. Let's pass that. Whoops. Let's pass this voted stories in there. Now there is going to be this error because this stories list component is not able to handle basically accepting a prop. And we need to make sure that this can handle accepting a prop. So let's come right here. So we have our stories here, and I'm going to keep my stories here. But then after this, I'm going to add a comma. I'm going to say initial. Do I have it? No, I don't have it in the paste. Initial voted stories. Is that the same name? Initial voted stories. And now we need to type annotate this as well. So right after the array, I'm going to say initial voted stories. The type of this is going to be an array of stories as well. So let's save this now. It looks way better, right? Okay, so since if we click on this, this changes the UI, that means our stories list also needs a use state. See, we changed the UI. So we need a use state. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say use state. Use state requires an initial state. What is the initial state? We just imported that initial voted stories. And what does useState give us? useState gives us an array with two things. One is going to be the state setter function, which we're going to call voted stories. Sorry, one is going to be the state variable, and the second one is going to be the state setter function. Set voted stories. Const. Very good. And in here, we need to implement both the voting functionality, which is going to be a post request, and we need to implement the unvoting functionality, which is going to be a delete request. So for the voting functionality, we're going to say async function vote story. And what is this going to accept? This is going to accept a story ID because we need to define which story it is that we want to vote for. So we're going to construct a response. We're going to say response await fetch. Now, where do we send this response? If we go to our postman, if we wanted to vote for a story, we would have sent a response like this, right? But we would have changed this to post, and we would have gone to the body to raw JSON, and we would have crafted some object like this. So first off, let's select this, copy it, come into your code, put it right there inside of quotes. But then what is the user? I said it should be uniform across our entire components. So it is going to be user 666. But this response, it requires some extra information. What is the extra information? Well, the first thing is we need to specify the method. So if we want to vote, that is a post method. We have talked extensively about it. What is going to be the body? It's going to be JSON.stringify, and we pass in the story ID. And then do we have headers? Yes, we do have headers. So we are going to have headers. That's going to be content-type as before, application JSON. So this is going to be the ability for us to actually vote for a story. So here I am getting out of my fetch request, and then I need to, since this is a response, I need to show all of these voted stories, right? That button should change. So I'm going to say await response.json, and I'm going to store this inside of a variable, and I'm going to call it updated voted stories. Come on, const. And then this is going to be used to set the next value, to basically set the next value for our state setter function. Set voted stories, and I'm going to pass in updated voted stories. So the vote stories function has been completed. Let's go ahead and let's implement the unvoting, and that's going to be almost the same thing. So I could just copy paste this down below. This is going to be unvote story. We're going to have our story ID. We have the same user. The method for unvoting is going to be delete. JSON stringify ID, headers is going to be the same thing. And we still change the UI, but we unvote a story. But that unvoting a story still changes our UI. So far, very cool, right? Now let's go ahead and let's implement our buttons. I'm going to save this. So inside of our stories page, we have two buttons. If the story is unvoted, we show vote story. And once the story is voted, we show unvote story. So it's the opposite, right? So where do I put this? After the h2, but still within the div, I'm going to create our curly braces since we want to do this dynamically. Why? Because if the story is voted, then we want to show the unvote button. But if the story is unvoted, we want to show the vote story. So there is like some conditional thing going on. So how do we select this? We are going to say story is voted, but whoops, story is is voted, but we need to simplify our use state. So I'm going to go above. You can see within the state setter function, within the state variable, we have all of the information based on if any of our stories has been voted for. So let's select that and let's actually peel away all of those stories so we know if there is a story that we have voted for. And in order to do that, I'm just going to come in between these two functions, vote story and unvote story. I'm going to create a new function and I'm going to call it story is voted. This is going to accept a story ID, the type of which is going to be a string. And then we just want to return all of the stories that have been voted for. So we're going to say voted stories.sum. In each iteration, we're going to select one individual story, and we are going to say voted story.id is equal to the story ID that we have received. All right. So the job of this function is to basically tell us if any of the stories has been voted for, but we need to take a look at these stories individually. That's why we created this function. So we say if the story is voted for, and we pass in the story.id as the argument to this function. Where is this story.id is coming from? It's coming from this stories array that this stories list component has accepted. So if this is true, that means the story is voted, right? So I'm going to hit enter, add the question mark, and then if this is not true, that means the story has not been voted for. So if this is true, it means the story is voted for. So I need to show unvote story, right? But if this is false, it means the story is unvoted. So what kind of a button should I show? I should show vote story. And I'm going to fix the structure. The first thing is just to actually show you how all of this works. So let's save this. There we go. If this is true, it means it's voted. We want to unvote it. Otherwise, it's unvoted. We want to vote it. So vice versa. Now, this button has the ability to change this state. So for the unvote, we want to call an onClick. And what is this onClick going to do? It's going to select our event object, and it is going to do a couple of things. The first thing is it's going to say e.preventDefault, which I'm not going to talk about because I know you know what this is. So this button wants to unvote a story. Let's call the unvote story function. Cool, right? And then which story do we want to unvote? Let's pass in the story.id. Very cool, right? So that part is done. I just saved it. It rearranged that better. We have onClick e.preventDefault. And then since this says unvote story, we call the unvote function that we created up above. And inside of that, now you need to keep in mind that if we vote a story, we need to make a request to our server to vote a story and then get all of the voted stories here. I didn't explain this in detail because we have been talking about this for too long. And the same goes for delete. If we want to unvote a story, aka delete method, that unvoting or delete, it has to go to our server, which is route handler plus the database, and then the database is going to send us an updated array minus the story that has been unvoted, and then we show that in the UI. Again, I didn't go over this because we have talked about this for too long. So we talked about this unvote story, only this function is remaining. So let me copy the name and we call this on this button. So we say onClick. So since buttons, they have this onClick event handler, e.preventDefault. This is going to prevent the default behavior of submitting forms. And then we call this function, and which story it is that we want to vote. Well, it depends on which one we click. And we should be good to go. That should be it. That should be it. Yeah. So if I come right here, we have use state in here. We need to mark this as use client. Save this. There we go. So you can see we have now, this application doesn't have any styles, but nonetheless, we have our vote stories. Now, if I go to my voted stories, I have this story which has an ID of 11 that I have already voted for. This means if I go to my stories page, this overachieving mushroom should not say vote story. It should say unvote story. Let's confirm that. Okay, where is there we go, right here. See, it doesn't say vote, it says unvote because we have already voted for this one. And this change from vote to unvote, see vote to unvote, that's use state. That's change of the UI. It doesn't have anything to do with the backend. That's why we need to mark these components as client. Now, let's vote this lighthouse. The styles are a little bit off. I can't seem to vote for this. Yeah, the styles are off. So how can I vote? Let me take a look at our styles. Global.css. You know what? I am going to get started with styling this so you can actually see. I'm going to select all of the styles that I've created and I'm going to copy paste it here. So we have a breakpoint. Our app is essentially completed. We just have to go over the functionality and then that's it. So let me save everything. This is the theme of our app. You can always change this. This is one custom breakpoint for responsiveness responsiveness purposes. And then here we go. On buttons, we don't have this cursor pointer. I added that. And now, see, unvote. So I said this the romantic robot on Venus, it should be voted. So if I go to my voted stories, now I should have two. The second one has an ID of 12. And our database should be updated with this. So you can see this 666 has one entry, and that is 11. If I refresh the database, it should have a second entry with an ID of 12. And that would mean that our front end has been successfully connected to our backend. And there we go. So we have two entries, and there we go. Perfect. So we have two entries for user 666, and the second entry has an ID of 12. So now our application is perfectly in sync with our route handlers, and route handlers are perfectly in sync with our database. Very good, right? So I could vote this one. Now you can see it says unvote. The reason that it takes a little bit, that's because of that duration 300 millisecond that I've added. You could get rid of it, but I just want to keep it there. See, now we have all of these stories here. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the styles are off, and we're going to implement all of the styles. Just one more check with our database. We should have 6 stories for user 666. There we go. We got 6 stories for user 666. So 6 stories. Cool, right? Now, let's jump into here. How am I going to go about this? So this is going to take a while in order for me to style. So the API folder, there is not going to be anything that I want to add in the department of styling. All the styles that are going to go to our pages. So I am going to get started with our stories page, and this is going to be just copy paste. And I feel like I should pause the video. You don't have to take a look at this. These styles are very easy. And once the app is styled, I'm going to come back. And I wanted to show you before moving forward. So I added the styles for our stories page. Now I am in the stories list. I wanted to show you how to get rid of these fixed height and widths. So for these, what you're going to do is instead of these, you're going to call a keyword that's going to be fill. And then I'm going to add a class in here that is a Tailwind CSS class that's going to say object contain. and then I'm going to select this entire thing, cut it, and I'm going to put it inside of a figure element so it has a parent, and then I'm going to apply these styles. And the reason behind all of these is because I want my images to be as dynamic as possible. So you can just read further on these styles. And in this way, we have actually gotten rid of all of the inflexibility that our images had, that fixedness when it came to their styles. And now they're fluid, their dimensions are fluid. So I'm going to pause and I'm going to apply. All the other images are going to be in the same way. You can go through it. You can understand differences, Tailwind CSS classes. You can go to Tailwind CSS documentation, but I promise it's going to be very easy. I actually forgot to add our title for our voted stories page. So here I am. Let me close these other pages. So the page that I'm in right now, this is the page.tsx for our voted stories directory. I'm going to cut everything. I am going to create a main element. Let's create a main element. This is going to be including an h1 that is going to say voted stories. That's the title of the page. Then we have our component, and then I'm going to implement these two styles because I believe there is one missing functionality in here as well inside of this voted stories list page. And yes, I was right. The missing functionality in here is the ability to unvote a story. So if we go to our completed app, and if we go to the voted stories, you can see in here, even though we show all of the voted stories, we have the ability to unvote them as well. So if I unvote this overachieving mushroom from here, and then I go to my stories page, you can see it is still unvoted because we're talking to the same database. So I need to implement that functionality here. I'm gonna implement it right underneath the h3. It's gonna be in the same way. So let me go to my stories list. We have already done this, so I don't wanna waste your time too much. This is the async function unvote. Let me copy this. And let's put it here. And now you can see this use state, it doesn't have a state setter function. So let's add that state setter function. That is going to make it completed. All right, so here we have this one. So the unvoting functionality is the same thing, but you need to keep in mind, again, user has to be the same user, right? So we have this button, and the button, I could just copy paste it from here. So we have this unvote story button. Come right here and put that here. Save this. We have this story ID. It's no longer story ID. It's voted story ID. And there we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to implement the rest of the styles for this. But before doing that, let's go to our completed app. Let's go to the voted stories. Oh, we are in the voted stories. You can see we have this unvote story. If I go to my stories page, these are styled. That's very good. See? Look beautiful. We need to style our navigation as well. But first I need to style this one. Let's unvote this. That went away. Unvote, unvote, unvote. I'm just going to keep this overachieving mushroom. So let me complete the styling and I'm going to come back. And there we go. Our website is styled. Everything looks cool, right? We have our voted stories. There's just one of them. I could just unvote that. We don't have any voted stories anymore. And they look virtually the same. So we have vote, 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 and then vote, vote, vote. Let's go to the voted stories. There we go. We could go to any individual page for any of the stories, and it's always going to be the correct story. So if I click on this ant image, I'm going to go to the story for this ant image. And we still have this home page, which I have styled very, very minimally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you these styles, and that home page is this page. I'm just going to give you all of the styles. It's not necessary for you to follow this home page. this one. And I'm gonna close this 3000, this our completed app. Close that, close the database for it. So here is the app that we just completed. So this page, as I said in the beginning of this video, you could think of it as your assignment. You could just come up with any styles, anything you want to implement here. This is all of your stories. This is all of the voted stories, which are 6, and it has been set up to correctly talk to our database. We could vote a few more stories. For example, these. So how many are there now? We have 11 stories, right? And I'm going to refresh the database. And there we go. Our array contains 11 stories, and we can take a look at the ID for all of them. So we take a look at the ID of these stories, and we select these stories based on their ID from our My Stories collection, and then we send it to our front end. We first take the ID and then filter it based on the IDs, and then we send it to our front end. And that's it. That's everything that I wanted to talk about here. So I really enjoyed creating this app, and I enjoyed even more teaching it, and I really hope that you have learned valuable skills, especially if you were a beginner. I tried to explain everything in as simple terms as possible. I hope you really enjoyed this video and you really enjoyed this project, and now you have a very, very solid understanding and a fundamental understanding of what Next.js is, why we need it, how it goes from front end to back end to database to fetching to all of these like GET requests to all of these HTTP requests. So everything. So we did a full circle from front end to back end to database to back to front end to styling. So everything has been covered. I will be uploading more and more of Next.js projects, but I want to keep things as simple as possible with our very first projects, and I'm going to keep on increasing the level of difficulty for these projects. So that is it for this video. See you in the next one.